What if time could be rewritten? What if we could bring back the wondrous creatures extinction left behind? What if you could run your own prehistoric kingdom? Through the power of genetic technology, biological marvels from a bygone era roam the Earth once more, providing an opportunity to protect, preserve and nurture the ancient past. But it's not just the animals that are looked after. State-of-the-art facilities keep the guests entertained and satisfied throughout their visit to the park. This place is a sanctuary for our planet's rich history, with extinct species of all shapes and sizes. And of course, you can also find some of the cute ones. It reminds me of mine back home. It's crucial we give these beautiful creatures the respect and care they need. Or else we might be the ones facing extinction.
Peggy 16. What's up, everybody? IGN Executive Editor of Commerce and proud U.S. Air Force Senior Airman Seth Macy here to break down all of the biggest announcements, trailers, and news from Gamescom 2021. Did you miss something? I got you covered. This is IGN's coverage of the coverage, presented by USAA Insurance. USAA makes it easy to do business with personalized solutions for any insurance needs. USAA, providing exceptional service for when the unexpected occurs. But now, let's get to the news. Jeff Keighley's opening night live hit us with a dump truck of video game news. But the news started in the pre-show. We got announcements for King of Fighters, 3v3v3 game 9 to 5. That's a lot of numbers, I know. And of course, the pulse-pounding Bus Simulator 21. We finally got confirmation that yes, the new Saints Row is indeed a reboot, and it looks awesome. The Saints have packed their bags and starting from the bottom as a scrappy up-and-coming gang looking to leave their mark on the world. Yeah, I could go on and on about how the announcement trailer featured a ton of Easter eggs and details, but thankfully, kind folks over at IGN got a chance to sit down with the developers of the game for a comprehensive rewind theater, so don't miss out.
Get the away from my friends.
We got a look at a Halo Infinite multiplayer cinematic that sets the theme for Season 1 of the game when it launches. And of course, we got an announcement for the game's release date. Yes, finally, December 8th, 2021. So keep those calendars clear, Spartans.
Glad to see me.
Speaking of release date reveals for giant games, Horizon Forbidden West is now releasing on February 18th, 2022. One surprise announcement absolutely no one was expecting was Dokkaevi, an open-world MMO that is all about collecting creatures in an absolutely stunning world. I mean, look at it. I have zero idea of what's going on, but there's character transformations, cool modes of transportation, animals, and joyful animations left and right. This looks like a game to keep an eye on, for sure. Those looking to get their Marvel on, well, guess what? We've got some good news. We've got two new Marvel games. First up, the tactical strategy game Marvel's Midnight Sun that looks like it's diving into the supernatural side of the Marvel Universe. And it's from the minds that brought us XCOM, Enemy Unknown, so expect lots of heartbreak from missed attacks you were sure you were going to hit. Another Marvel announcement was Marvel Future Revolution, a mobile game. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga showed its head, and that game looks incredible. Look, I know they're Lego, but come on, those are some good-looking Danish blocks. The game allows you to play through all 9 movies in the Skywalker Saga, which is a lot. That is an objective truth. And despite whatever your feelings are on the movies in the franchise, that's good news. And it wouldn't be a Jeff Keighley show without an extended look at Death Stranding Director's Cut, which showed off a very Metal Gear Solid style level, which I am way into. And of course, more sick ramps, which I am also way into. And that does it for today's coverage of the coverage. What did you think of all the announcements? Let us know in the comments below. And remember, get the right coverage with USAA Insurance. Membership, eligibility, and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Property and casualty insurance provided by United Services Automobile Association and its affiliate property and casualty insurance companies is available only to persons eligible for P&C group membership. Each company has sole financial responsibility for its own products.
grab a seat, get comfortable, and prepare yourself. Because Gamescom Studio is back for day 2. Coming up today, we've got brand new, never-before-seen looks at the biggest games from the biggest names. But we didn't forget about the smaller studios. Today, we're getting you up close with some extremely cool new games from independent studios and creators on a show we're calling Awesome Indies. And we're coming to you from LA's historic Venice Beach, plus a live episode of Next Gen Console Watch. No matter where you are on the planet, you're in the right place to celebrate the best in gaming. So grab a seat, get comfortable. Wait, we already said that. Just hang out. Gamescom Studio Live is about to start any second now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Gamescom Studio, live on IGN. I'm Damon Hatfield, one of the friendly faces you'll be seeing throughout the day, but I'm not alone. I am also joined by Michael Swaim and Kim Horcher.
Thank you so much, Damon. Before we get started, we wanted to let you know about a few ways you can be a part of Gamescom from home. For starters, there's Gamescom Now, a one-stop hub where you'll find all of the content coming out of Gamescom, from trailers and gameplay demos to screenshots and interviews. Plus, you can win goodies and prizes by participating in the Gamescom Epics Quest, and it's all totally free. You can find out more at now.gamescom.global.
And of course, you can engage with other virtual Gamescom attendees around the world across a ton of social platforms: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, and Discord. Just use the hashtag Gamescom2021 to join the conversation, and who knows, maybe we'll share your post on Gamescom Studio.
That sounds great. Now, I know you're dying to see some trailers and gameplay, but really quick, here's what's coming up. At 11:30 a.m. Pacific, you can catch more of Swaim revealing some awesome indie games in a showcase with the self-explanatory title of Awesome Indies. After that, we're kicking off Gamescom Studio, where you can expect tons more trailers, gameplay, and developer interviews on anticipated games like Dying Light 2, Forza Horizon 5, and more. And later on, we've got a brand new Next Gen Console Watch, where we'll break down all the biggest news around the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. Now, thank you for waiting patiently. We know you're here to see some video games. Kim, what's next?
Well, Damon, if you've ever wished you could beat up strangers over the internet, now you can, legally, in a brutal medieval PvP experience. This is Blood of Heroes.
What bringeth thee here, mortal? No name, no memory. What forgest thou in gore? Thou feedest fire with pain, blood, and the death. Why keepest thou returning? Over and over. What bringeth thee here?
In Blood of Heroes, players can use magic or brute force to punish their enemies. even the slightest mistake in this arena's brawler can end in certain death. I mean, come on, the game's name is Blood of Heroes. That kind of sums it up, right? Well, we actually have quite a few more questions. So joining us today are game director Dmitry Varanov and the game's community lead Ulad Leeson. Welcome, guys. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hello, and thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, so for the uninitiated, kind of just give us a quick rundown of what exactly Blood of Heroes is.
Blood of Heroes was born from an idea of making a PvP fighting game with melee battles. At the time, there were next to no games of this kind available on the market. What I mean is we had either great but old multiplayer games, for example, Rooney or legendary Blade of Darkness, or game modes at primarily single-player games, for example, Dark Souls. Today, Blood of Heroes is a game about fierce warriors, the heroes of borderline world, who lived and fight endlessly on their personal quest for glory. It features an easy-to-start combat system that revolves around simple combinations of battle moves, like light and heavy attacks and dodges, and so on. The premise is simple: block the light attack, dodge from the heavy one. These are the basics that players figure out and get used to very quickly. But then goes the very long list of details. Every hero has dozens of nuances to them, personal sets of moves, abilities, counteractions, and so on. Best players have to keep all of them in mind and incorporate into their strategies, find the best moments to defend and to attack in every particular matchup, which makes every battle feel like no other.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to get into some of that gameplay, but we're looking at the CGI trailer now, which kind of teases some story beats. So I'm curious if the story is something that will evolve and be built on as you play through the game.
Oh yeah, you totally can expect that. In our opinion, it's next to impossible to construct a believable setting without a good, well-grounded story that lies in the foundation of that setting. We should do have such a story. At the moment, Blood of Heroes has a pretty vast and well-developed lore, and as the game progresses, we plan to revealing it bit by bit, lifting the veil on certain details of our grim world, on its characters and their relationships and so on. We plan on doing so too Blood of Heroes related videos, in-game hints and leaks, and probably even community events and initiatives. Lore is a big part of Blood of Heroes, and we definitely want to share it and get players engaged into it, and revealing its mysteries and cracking its secrets, as well as arguing about its details.
Yeah, so we're looking at gameplay here. And I actually saw before, we had the characters selecting, a class and weapons. So would you mind giving us a breakdown of some of the different play styles we'll encounter in the game?
Actually, in our case, players choose not weapon. They choose heroes. Mm-hmm. And heroes are weapon in itself. Heroes go a bit beyond these two entities. Each of our heroes has a character-specific weapon and a set of basic characteristics. But in addition to that, two unique abilities, special counteraction, and certain advantages and disadvantages. Trying to balance all of our characters for all the available game modes, we decided to abandon the idea of using the traditional pure classes. Instead, we introduce mixed classes, and every hero represents their own unique playstyle. Every player is free to choose a playstyle that fits them best, from slow defense-oriented one to quick and aggressive, from stationary and positional to ever-moving and super mobile. From the one looking for that one massive deadly blow, to those who prefer disintegrating their opponents with a long series of lightning fast pinches. Yes, it's important to mention that every single one of our heroes is good at both killing and surviving, as long as you get on the right side and find the proper approach to them. Or you can just go with the hero whose playstyle fits you the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're in the duel mode here. So can you guys tell me a little bit, will this game mode include kind of game progression, or is it mostly kind of just to spar with your friends and test your build?
As a matter of fact, when open beta goes live, we will have 3 duel-like game modes in Blood of Heroes. The first one is a fighting you arena bot. Not exactly a separate mode, but rather a way to sharpen your battle skills while still staying in the lobby. Yes, the bot is waiting for you in the lobby, and you can fight it while looking for a multiplayer game. Our closed beta players mentioned that fighting arena bot is the best way to train one's skills. Say stamina control or parrying. But of course fighting the bots gets boring very quickly. Whenever that happens, try going to friendly duel. Another duel mode that varies power a friend and test your build from your question. Friendly duel is one of the best way to try and see how certain actions can work in real matches against real people. Finally, there is the duel mode itself, an actual game mode that we think of as the competitive mode of Blood of Heroes, your ultimate skill test, with no teammates to rely on and no excuses, just you, your opponent, and pure skill.
And I noticed earlier that there were some cosmetic options for the arenas. So are these just cosmetic, or do they affect gameplay as well?
Very much so. Every player has their own home base. We call it personal arena that they can decorate in accordance with their test and show off to their opponents and duels. That's one of our favorite Blood of Heroes features. So some of this decoration are purely cosmetic, but even they can greatly affect the overall feel of the game. Take weather, for instance. Our closed beta players mentioned that fighting under the soft light of crimson sunset is very different from fighting under the green lighting of nighttime gloom. However, some decorations are meant to directly affect the gameplay. Arena cores, for example, change duel gameplay from purely face-to-face athletic with playing disc to dangerous, tricky, and unpredictable with hexagon, where any awkward, poorly calculated move can lead to defeat.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. So what kind of strategies do you see players employing when it comes to fighting in these kind of tighter corridors as opposed to more open spaces in the arena?
Well, actually, the way we see it, deliberately taking the battle to tight corridors or to open areas is quite a strategic thing to do it in itself. But in regards to your questions, it all depends on particular heroes and their available skill sets. In Blood of Heroes, weapon hits can collide with environment, so in order to successfully fight in tight corridors, one has to choose characters that can perform straight, sharp attacks. In this manner, players will not get punished for being negligent with their attacks, but that is just one part of equation, personal action. The other part, team synergy, is far more interesting. For example, our players have come up with a strategic formation for Brawl that we had never considered ourselves. In this formation, one character uses his characters and abilities specifically in tight corridors to cover his teammates, who, if positioned properly, absolutely destroy the opponent team. In other words, one player sacrifices his health to decoy the opponent's team into a tight corridor, which then turned into a death trap. This is just one example of the strategies you mentioned in the question. Our players recognized and developed this one, and we really hope that we will have dozens of such examples in the future. It's a very pleasant part when players play not as intended, but as they want.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, Blood of Heroes sure looks, well, bloody. You can check out the open beta for Blood of Heroes on August 26th on PC. Thank you both so much for joining me today, and remember to stick around on IGN for even more from Gamescom 2021.
That was Blood of Heroes. And if you're still undecided about it, after all that, why not play it for yourself? There's an open beta happening on PC right now. Find out more at bloodofheroes.online. And if you'd like a moment to do that, you're in luck, because Gamescom Studio needs to take a short break. Stick around.
Hi there, I'm Stefan Powell and I cover games for the BBC, especially for BBC Radio 1 Newsbeat and loads of other places across the BBC as well. And my favourite Gamescom moment has to be when I got a chance to sit down and interview the heavyweight world boxing champion, Anthony Joshua. There's nowhere else in the world really that you're going to get the most decorated boxing champion sitting down with you for half an hour to talk about his love of video games. And we got in, we talked about Destiny, which was what we was playing at the time. We talked about his love of FIFA and NBA 2K as well. And it was brilliant to see him there with all the fans interacting, chatting about video games, which is great. Also, considering he's a boxer, he's got the world's softest hands. I mean, he must moisturize because they were fantastic. And I can remember the first time I turned up at Gamescom and I was going up one of the elevators with my cameraman, Jonathan. But I can remember him turning to me just saying, turn around, have a look for a sec. And I turned behind me and only then did I just realize the magnitude of how significant Gamescom was, how busy it was, how many people were there. Because underneath us, as we got to the top of the escalator, and if you've been to Gamescom, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There was just this ocean of gamers, everybody excited to be getting their hands on new games, meeting their mates, seeing new stuff, and that for me was pretty special as well. Gamescom's definitely got a place in my heart and I can't wait to go back one day.
The Asus ROG Zephyrus laptop won the Taiwan Excellence Award thanks to its innovative display, cutting-edge cooling system, and powerful gaming panels, perfect for pro-level esports or content creation. Let's take a closer look.
Taiwan, your partner in excellence.
Taiwanese companies like Asus have developed the ROG Zephyrus Duo 15SE GX551 that offers an innovative ROG ScreenPad Plus secondary display and a cutting-edge cooling system that empowers the latest AMD Ryzen 9 5900HX CPU and NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080 GPU, taking Windows 10 gaming to new dimensions. Users can choose between ultra-fast 300Hz for 3 milliseconds or high-res 4K 120Hz for 3 milliseconds gaming panels that lets you tailor your system for pro-level esports or content creation.
Taiwan, your partner in excellence.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
From the creators of Plant Turismo, League of Legends, and Minecraft. Released in 2020, Expansion Pack 2021, launch soon. Gamescom Forest. Not a game, but a game-changing project. Thousands of trees were donated by the best community in the world because we need oxygen even more than a good Wi-Fi signal. Save a bee, plant a tree. Let's grow. The Gamescom Forest.
From
breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
And we're back. Now, as much as I love to imagine that all of you have tuned in for our naturally charming on-camera banter, we know what's up. You're here to see cool new video games.
But on the off chance you are here to see us, you can always say something nice on social media using the hashtag Gamescom 2021, or more likely, you can say something about one of these awesome action games. Let's check out some trailers.
Shatter all expectations.
やっぱり都会はすごいね。
お前もおもり頑張れよ。
ヘッドフォン野郎を倒せるってのが何だっていいんだ。
キングオブファイターズの開催が発表されました。
いきなりなんだよお前。
チャンネルはそのままで。
いいか、私はな。リーダーは私だからな。
KOF 15! "39 fighters get in the ring! Are you ready? Okay, come on!" Characters that define the series. Fan favorites return from the grave. Characters key to the unfolding events.
少しだけなら遊んであげるよ。
And heroes from all the KOF sagas return for KOF 15!
準備できたぜ。
オッケー、しんちゃん。
Round 1, ready, go! The classic 3-on-3 team battle system returns! New visuals and gameplay systems deliver a new level of speed and excitement! Shatter Strike defends against and counters enemy attacks! Max Mode unleashes your offensive potential! Max Mode Quick cancels attacks and extends your combo. Execute rush combos with simple button presses. Thrilling special moves raise the fight to even higher levels of hype. The most comprehensive battle system in KOF history is here! Unravel the mysteries of the ongoing KOF saga in story mode. As the spotlight shines on the newly opened KOF tournament, a dormant force awakens. The fates of many intertwine as the Earth heads towards destruction. A climax beyond all expectation awaits you. Rollback netcode empowers fighters to take their skills to the next level. Choose how you want to play with a variety of battle modes. In Draft Versus mode, the battle starts from character selection. Practice your moves in training mode, available online as well. Or put your combo skills to the test in trial mode. The Gallery mode features character artwork and sound clips, as well as a special animated short by world-renowned director Masami Obari. The newly added DJ station features over 300 hit SNK songs focused on the KOF series. Put on your favorite track while you bust some heads. The King of Fighters 15! Releases February 17th, 2022! The Deluxe Edition comes with a DLC pass that contains 6 future DLC characters. Early purchases include the DLC costume, Karo, Mark of the Wolves Terry. Additionally, digital-only purchases include the DLC costume, Classic Leona.
You just saw a trailer for the new Kaiju brawler Giga Bash here on Gamescom Studio, but we're not hitting the brakes yet. If you're the type of person whose ideal vacation in Mexico involves kicking back at a beachside resort with a fruity drink and a steamy paperback romance novel, well, Forza Horizon 5 might not be your speed. But if your dream getaway involves driving a McLaren supercar up the side of a volcano trying to run over as many piñatas as possible, you're in luck. Then again, it's a constantly evolving game world, so maybe they'll add a steamy romance novel mode in the DLC. A host can dream. Anyway, get a load of these cars! Vroom vroom! Huge explosion.
Welcome back to IGN's Gamescom coverage. We are here with Mike Brown, Creative Director of Forza Horizon 5. And I'm very excited. I hope he's excited because they get to talk about Forza Horizon 5. Mike?
Hey Luke, yes, Thank you for having me. Absolutely great to be here, and as always, I am excited to talk about Forza Horizon 5.
That's good, because that's your job. Now, obviously this isn't the first we've seen of Forza Horizon 5, and we've seen some glimpses of the game in the past. Certainly your announcement was very exciting, and we've seen some other glimpses of cars driving about in Mexico. It looks fabulous, but I feel like, for me, the snapshot of this intro drive is like the most impressed I've been so far, and that's certainly not to say that I've not been impressed so far. You could probably draw the logo on the back of a napkin and just hand it over, and I'll be like, yep, I'm in. But I feel like now, you know, it just looks so remarkable. And then I guess my first question is kind of a sort of a bigger picture question, but what do you think it is about, like, what is it about racing games that makes them so strong coming out of the gate and really being such visual powerhouses whenever new hardware comes into the equation?
I don't know if there's anything specific about racing games, but I do think that the connections we have to the auto industry do lead into it. The auto industry, like the games industry, is always pushing at the cutting edge of technology. They both blend creativity, art, engineering, technology in a way to make things that people are just going to love to spend time with and spend money on. And I think there are crossovers between the way people think about cars and driving and racing and the way people think about video games. And that push for excellence and to play with the very latest technology probably crosses the lines a lot between cars, racing, and gaming. And I feel like that's perhaps a place where that probably leads to that phenomena you see where there does tend to be a really good-looking racing game every time a new console turns up.
Now let's drill down, like we touched on the opening drive itself, obviously. Let's drill down on it now, because the Forza Horizon opening drives are such a... They really help distinguish the Horizon games, sort of, I guess, against other racing games. Many of which, I love lots of racing games, obviously, but certainly a lot of them are kind of guilty of being kind of like, oh, you're here. Here's the menu. You can hit this and you can start. We'll step back. But the Horizon games are always kind of, I feel like they're ushering you in. They're kind of welcoming you into the game. It's like, here, you're here, come in, watch this, look at what you can do. You know, you always feel at the center of attention. You know what I mean? How much? I chatted to you in the past. I know they take a lot of work to really get right. It's admirable for something people only ever really play once. How hard are they to get right? And when you turn around to the team and you say, you know what? We're going to drop 4 cars out of a plane, Furious 7 style. And they're like, yeah, okay. How hard are they to nail?
It is a really phenomenal challenge, and dropping cars out of planes, straight away people will say, oh, but, our world looks really good, but it looks really good from the camera just behind the car. It's not really meant to be viewed from a plane's perspective. And it's just like, well, I think it'd be really exciting, though. So, so let's see how we can achieve that. And the process of it is, as you touched on, we always have a really powerful opening to the game, and we break ourselves into a little bit of a jail there, because each new game we have to say, well, probably the best bit of gameplay we ever made was the Forza Horizon 4 opening drive, and now we need to make something that makes it, or rather beats it in every single way. And that is a bar that we have to keep pushing higher with every single new game, and so it does force us to both creatively and from a tech perspective think big and try and think of the things we can do to just really wow people. The reason we go so big on the initial drive, I think, is it just sets up the stall. It's all the things that you do and see in the initial drive are things that you can do and see later in the game as well. Perhaps not in such an orchestrated way, but all of those things exist in the game and are experiences that you can and will have if you keep playing. I think that a lot of games, I think they worry too much. Like you say, it's like, oh, here's the menu and here's the here's the button to walk, and here's the button to crouch, and they worry too much about players getting baffled and confused by really kind of simple concepts that players will probably be familiar with. Where I think if you just start the car already rolling, players will know that they've got to press left to turn left, press right to turn right, and we obviously build those roads such that it's fairly easy to get around, and we make sure we pick cars that are reasonably easy to handle, and maybe even do some little handling tweaks for those drives in particular if there are any rough edges that we need to smooth out. But I do feel that there's a respect for players in that we just go, right, let's just start with the really exciting stuff. Let's not start with a dry or slow tutorial, but rather let's start at literally 100 miles an hour.
For instance, I'm a huge fan of Horizon 3, and it'll always be a sentimental favourite. But I guess the difference between, say, the opening drive there and the opening drive here is that whereas that one kind of blended the cars from one to another, they were kind of overtaking one another and jumping over one another. It was all kind of in that kind of one spot. You're dropping cars all over the map in a plane, obviously, and it speaks to the size of the map, that you want to give people these slices of the map and how varied it is, but you don't want an opening drive that takes 12 minutes. It's like, oh, we're going to have to drop them here, and we can't have them drive all the way over here because it's going to take too long. We've got to drop them there in a plane. It says something about the size of the map to me. Is that kind of that feels deliberate?
We wanted to have an initial drive that they didn't have to sit down and say those words, but showed you those words. So we start you on the volcano, we give you an incredible vista that makes the world look huge. You're actually only looking over a part of the world there, because the volcano is kind of central in the map, so it's as you drive around it, there's a kind of a 360 view. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the huge scale of the world. From starting in the volcano, you're in obviously a really volcanic, rocky area. It's in the initial drive, it's snowy and covered in slushy ice. You then, within a couple of minutes, have descended down the volcano and are now in the living desert. We're surrounded by cactuses and sand dunes. I think just in that one example right at the start of the video, we've communicated the kind of scale and diversity. But then the fact that we kind of snap you around the world 3 further times after that and show you a ton of new stuff helps to communicate like those kind of big messages for the game, that it's huge, it's diverse, there's loads to see, there's loads to explore. There's a ton of different cars, there's a ton of different driving experiences. By just cramming all that in, condensed together as much as we can at the start of the game, it really just lets people know what Horizon is about and what kind of differentiates us from other driving games.
Nice. Listen, let's talk about you've previously revealed the presence of the Mercedes AMG Project One. It appeared in the announcement, and now we've discovered it's on the cover of the game, which is exciting. And that's always kind of a fun thing. What's going to be on the cover of the game, and it's always one of these tip of the spear kind of deals. Like it's the Centenario, that's like it's the 100th birthday of Ferruccio Lamborghini, or it's the Senna, which the McLaren Senna. Like what a car! How did the Mercedes thing come up? Because obviously, like I look at Mercedes from the outside in. And you see they're popping up in Car Mechanic Simulator, and they're popping up in Mario Kart. So it feels to me like they must have a similar philosophy when it comes to an appreciation of video games. But yeah, it took to me a little bit about how the Project One thing came up and how that's appeared in the game.
So just for clarity, the Project One we showed at E3 is technically the concept car, whereas it's the AMG One that is on the cover. There are they're very, very similar. AMG probably won't thank me for saying they're similar cars. They're completely different cars. One was a concept car, and one is the real final car. But to answer your question, we obviously had a really good relationship with Mercedes for a long time. I think you touch on they understand the power that video games can have for them, the power that video games can bring to a brand like Mercedes to be able to get their cars looking great in front of audiences that would otherwise be difficult for them to address. Now, the AMG One is a car that costs about $2.1 million, so I don't think they're necessarily seeing it as a marketing opportunity to go and sell a £2 million hypercar on the cover of the game. But I do think they understand the profile that gives to the brand. And while they're not probably going to have that many Horizon players go and drop £2 million on the AMG One, although hopefully they do, Mercedes AMG do a ton of really awesome cars that are also in the game that I think AMG understand that if they can make, when their brand is associated with that, when their brand appears there, when we throw it out of a plane and show it looking really exciting and awesome, then it's a great avenue for them to go and speak to gamers who oftentimes will also be car lovers and can then go out and perhaps maybe purchase themselves a new Mercedes. And I think that the Mercedes, as you touched on McLaren, I think there are a lot of car manufacturers that really understand the mutually beneficial nature of being in a game like Horizon.
Can you discuss a little bit about Events Lab and just how much more juicy that is, I guess, in comparison to Super 7, and whether you'd anticipate, and I feel like you will, because every time these sorts of things get unleashed into the world, the public and gamers start to deliver things that certainly I never thought was possible. And I've heard the refrain from developers, they put out all these UGC tools and then they get stuff back and they're like, whoa, how are they doing that? Is that even possible? And then they're constantly surprised by people, when you throw it out to tens of millions of people. Yeah, talk to me a little bit about Events Lab.
Yeah, so in Super 7 you could place ramps and boxes and barriers and stuff. All of it was rock solid. As soon as you've placed it in place, it's the ramp, but it's otherwise non-interactive. So in addition to that, you can now place like breakable and smashable assets. So if you need to slow the player down, you can put some crates and stuff across the path, and they can be smashed when they're hit. You can also, we saw the bowling pins in E3. There are a lot more assets this time around that you can place and customize. You can tweak the colors on some of them as well, so you can get a bit more creative with what your creations look like. There's just in terms of the building blocks, there is a lot more to work with this time. There's a lot more room for creativity there. That stuff, though, if you've played Super 7, it's that with a bit more. The rules of play is where it gets genuinely interesting. So this, as I mentioned the other day, is it's based on the development tools that we use internally, that I've used a lot as a designer here, and it's not quite a full scripting language. I'd stop short of calling it that, but it's very close. You create rule sets where it's, if this happens, then this other things happen. When trigger occurs, action should happen, and you can combine these rules in ways that are kind of limitless. There is a lot of freedom in there, and like I said, they're based on the tools that we use to build the modes that are in the game. There are options that we have that we've not yet given to players, but that we haven't. This isn't the end for Event Lab. The feature that players get on day one won't be the final form, as it were. And as soon as players are saying, "Hey, it'd be really great if we could do this," then we can just go and add that. We can just go and unlock that. And throughout the Horizon 5 Live program, we're going to be listening to those creators and just responding and unleashing more power to them. Like I say, we're very excited, a little bit nervous, because you can create basically anything with it. So there's real capacity to create modes that make absolutely no sense and just confuse everybody that goes in there. But we have to kind of hope that the curation algorithms that run the back end of the game don't really surface that to a lot of people.
All right, well, fingers crossed. Mike, I'm terrible with dates, so refresh my memory. When does Horizon 5 come out?
We are street on the 9th of November. If you purchase the Premium Edition or the Premium Add-ons bundle, then you can get early access on the 5th of November.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's not soon enough, but I'll take it. Mike, thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting Forza Horizon 5 with me.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. An absolute pleasure as always, Luke.
And stick around, because no doubt we have plenty more coverage coming up. I have no idea what it is, but I'm sure it'll be very exciting.
That was Forza Horizon 5 right here on Gamescom Studio. Man, those cars sure are pretty, and they move quick. Speaking of which, we need you to sit pretty for another quick break. We'll be back faster than you can say Lamborghini, Maserati, Bugatti. Stick around.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
What's up everyone, Sydney here to bring you a little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback and it seems like some of you are more into games while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it and decided, why not both? Our main channel will still bring you all the biggest news, reviews, previews, and trailers to keep you up to speed on the most important highlights. But if you only want games content 24/7, head over to IGN Games. Movies and TV more your thing? Check out IGN Movies and TV. More channels, more of the stuff you love, more IGN.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance. It's been another big year for gaming, and Gamescom is proud to present the Gamescom Awards for 2021. Here are the nominees for Best Indie Game. Dofromantic from Tucana Interactive. Inua from Art France. Lost in Random from Electronic Arts. And the winner for Best Indie Game is Lost in Random from Electronic Arts. This exceedingly unique indie takes place in the Kingdom of Random, where the roll of a cursed black dice decides the fate of children when they reach age 12. As Even, you'll embark on an epic quest to rescue your beloved sister Odd. Gameplay takes place in a game board-shaped arena, challenging players to escape from random by repeatedly rolling their new friend Dicey in the hopes of reaching the final square on the board. It's incredibly inventive, and it's this year's winner. To accept the award, here's more from the team behind Lost in Random.
Hi, this is Olof Redmal, creative director and lead writer on Lost in Random, made by Zoink Games in Gothenburg, Sweden. Thank you so much, Gamescom, for the award. Best Indie Game 2021. Wow! Thank you so much to the whole team of Lost in Random, to Klaus Lyngeled, who had the faith in me to run the project together with Maria Svenningsson, our producer, who just worked so hard to make all the deadlines, and all the awesome leads, Marcus Ingvarsson on lead design, Nikolaus Theologu on programming, our technical director Johan Frölander, our art director Victor Becker, whose soul seeps through the world of random, as well as the environment artist Leo Brynjelsson, Daniel Lindqvist. Okay, thanks. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the game once it comes out, and take care. Love you guys.
Video games let you live out your wildest fantasies, like blowing stuff up with futuristic weaponry, or being friends with a bunch of cyborgs. Or maybe you don't want to be friends with them, maybe you just want to boss them around and tell them to blow stuff up for you with their futuristic cyborg weaponry. Either way, Synced Off Planet involves futuristic weaponry and also cyborgs. How friendly you want to be with the cyborgs is your call. Let's take a look.
Synced Off Planet aims to mix PvE and PvP into one big competitive shooter. Originally seen at Gamescom 2019, the goal is to provide a new spin on survival gameplay that adds crafting and gunplay. Joining me today is Clark Yang, the creative director behind Synced, and Kevin Short, the narrative director. Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Great.
Yeah.
So I think it's been a couple years since last we saw Synced Off Planet. Let's begin by sort of giving us a refresh on what this game is all about.
So Synced Off Planet is basically this game where you are in this world where everyone's become fascinated by the Morpheus chip, which is in the near future, and everyone's fascinated by this Morpheus chip, which is a brain-computer interface that connects you to all the data that you could possibly want. It's like a smartphone on steroids, but it goes bad when there's an update to it, and the Morpheus chip infects everyone, kills them, and starts taking over their bodies. The nanites that are in the Morpheus chip take over the bodies and transform these people into nanos. And the nanos take over the world by the billions, and that you are left with a pocket of survivors who are desperate to escape these nanos to the only safe place they have, which is off-planet on this space station that we appropriately call the Ark. So now they're trying to get to these shuttles to get away from the nanos. You play as this, you're a survivor as well, but you're a survivor with unique abilities. You are able to sync with these nanos in a way that others can't, and so you kind of become almost like the spear point who helps get these survivors to the shuttles and away to safety.
Wow, okay, so tell me about the mix of PvE and PvP.
Yeah, I think that the cool thing that we wanted to bring to the players is not only the traditional only PvP focused game, but I think that having the gameplay that PvE can provide will offer more tactical choices, and most importantly that in our game the PvE aspect is not only give you a challenge, but at the same time it give you opportunity. What we mean by that is player can weaponize your enemy. As we see here, once you weaken the enemy, you could turn the enemy into your own nano, and the nano become your companion and fighting alongside with you and provide a huge amount of tactical choices. And that's why I think that in this game, we're talk about a companion-based shooter. This is a new subgenre in the industry, and I think that people will be able to really enjoy the new tactical gameplay that we offer.
Well, it sounds like you've put a lot of thought into the story and the lore and the world building. Is there any sort of campaign to play through?
Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're working, there's no campaign per se. It will work on seasons.
Okay.
So every season you will get, bespoke crafted missions that you'll be able to explore that start telling the story of what's going on in this world. And the big question, I think, for players that we want to encourage them to explore is, who are these, where did these nanos come from? Yes, it looks like an accident, but somebody seemed to be behind it. And then why does the player have these unique abilities? What makes all these players different from the regular survivors? And so we want to feed these stories out through seasonal content, through seasonal crafted missions that you end up getting in this place called the Haven. It's like a central hub for players. It's a forward base that's been, it used to be a craft airship that's been converted into this forward base. And players can go there, find specialists who, with their own unique personalities, who will give them special missions. And that's where you go to plan these missions and also get more crafted stuff that tells you the story of what's going on in this world.
And is this all taking place on Earth, or is it an Earth-like planet?
This is definitely on Earth. So
okay.
This is the near future. This is after we went from smartphones to BCIs, and it's all gone to hell. So it's an Earth that we don't want.
I see. Yeah. Can you explain a little bit more about the sync mechanic, how it works, and what are the different options available in terms of what you can sync with?
Yeah. So in the game, we provided 4 basic type of sync nano, which are crushers, suppressor, guardian, and seer. So in the game, player will be able to find the core chip, and then once you do have the core chip at hand, you will be able to weaken the enemy and then put the data at your hand and then override the data on the enemy nano. That's the whole process of weaponize your enemy and then become your companion. And once you do have your companion nano fight with you, you will be able to give a precise location for the nano to defend or civilian, or you can just target any enemies that in front of you that your sync nano will provide a huge help and support for your gameplay. So imagine that every time you play this game, you have to think about which type of nano really fit your style, and as well as your teammates' nano, right? And for example, if you have a guardian that can provide a shield in front of you, then the suppressor could be a really good add-on from your teammate point of view. Then the suppressor will be able to pin people down, and then you can have the final shot.
So again, Synced was originally seen at Gamescom 2019. What was the biggest point of feedback from that Gamescom 2019 reveal, and what changes have you been working on since then?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think that 2 years ago when we revealed this title, everyone is very excited about this idea of synced, especially that you control the enemy and then fight alongside with you. This is the highlight for the show. However, there are also other things that we should dig deeper and then provide even more options and more meaningful choices for the player. And that's what we've been working on for the last 2 years, and as well as some nano design. What we see here, all the nanos at this moment looks totally different compared to 2 years ago. It's a very very hard choice for us, but I think at the end to design the nano is the way it is right now gave us the best option and the potential for the future update, because all the enemies are based on the nanotechnology, and then the nanotechnology can give us a lot of possibilities of creating different type and abilities during the gameplay and later on the live updates.
Gameplay-wise, it kind of gives me a vibe of a mix between PUBG and Escape from Tarkov. How does a typical game play out, assuming you win a match?
Yeah, so in the game, there will be 3 main modes. The first one, we call it Off-Planet. It's a very traditional and classic game mode that, all the players working with their teammate and fight for the single shuttle, Escape Earth. And so in that mode, there's no respawn, and you have to rely on your tactical choice and all the challenges in the game. The second mode is a score-based mode that there will be 3 rounds of shuttle coming in. The first round we're only having 3, and the second round will be 2, and the final round will be only 1. The twist here is in this mode, people could respawn, can redeploy new survivors into the battleground. And so it's not that if you die, that's it. No, you have more choices to play in that mode, as well as we crafted a lot of random events in the game that will always help player to gather new stuff and find an edge compared to the components. The last mode, what we're seeing is a PvE focused mode called the Nano Rise. In this game, we're trying to bring in some roguelite elements in the gameplay, and the challenge is really high. And how to work with your Sync Nano in this environment is crucial. And there will be more different type of enemy nano in there. And players' goal is just to beat all the level, then try to reach the boss fight and then kill the boss. And every mode we're having provide totally different feeling and vibe. And I think that it's not simply a battle royale type of game, or it's not simply a Tarkov type of gameplay. So we're trying to have our synced mechanic works across all the modes that can give player the best experience possible.
Well, roguelike is a magic word for me. I love myself a good roguelike.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of gunplay. What sort of weapons and abilities will you have as a player?
Yeah, we wanna just lower the bar for understanding the weapon system in our game. So most of the weapon will be based on the very familiar type that people already saw in other type of shooter games. Like the SMG, LMG, assault rifle, all that. And however, we did a lot of very fine tuning of each weapon. So we want every weapon to feel different and have different circumstances and scenarios to use. And most importantly is how to use your different weapon type along with your nano. Another example here is, the sniper guy, have a very long range sniper. The best sync nano to use is Seer, because the Seer can scan the battleground and then mark the enemy for you, even you don't physically see them yet. Then in this case, imagine that you're really hidden somewhere, and then your Seer provides you the information on the battleground, and you can be the sharpshooter that can really maximize the output. And another example is using Crusher. Crusher is really built for destruction and always push the enemy out of the place. So is the best tactic to flank the enemy and the guy behind, and then if you have a shotgun, bam bam, is a very effective tactic there.
Very cool. Well, have you revealed platforms or release window for Synced Off Planet yet?
We're aiming to have the game into early access next year, and we'll be focused on PC first. And what's important for us is really have the community built while we are developing the game, and listen to what people like and what they don't like, and then refine the game along the way. And of course, console is another thing we're looking into, and we're gonna do our best to bring the best gameplay experience possible to the players all over the world.
Very cool. The game's looking very exciting. Thank you so much for stopping by the Gamescom studio. We are going to take a quick break, but be sure to stay tuned as we'll be back with more interviews and even more gaming coverage right here on IGN Live at Gamescom 2021.
My name's Rory Powers, and I work at RKG, but I used to work at IGN as a video producer. Now, my favorite Gamescom memory has to be from 2015. I was on the show floor shooting a bunch of amazing cosplay in the convention halls, and we were halfway through filming this Spider-Man cosplayer when out of the corner of my eyes I see this figure and I hear this cackle. So I pan the camera over and there is someone cosplaying as the Green Goblin. Now these two cosplayers had never met each other before, but what ensued was the most incredible improvised cosplay fight scene you have ever witnessed. Only at Gamescom is that possible.
Founded in 2018, Game Bonfire is the leading Chinese gaming outlet dedicated to bringing up-to-the-minute news to Chinese gamers all around the world. Let's find out how.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系。 源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
The first trailer for Marvel's Midnight Suns, the new tactical RPG from Firaxis, the studio who brought us XCOM Enemy Unknown, just dropped, and based off of the game's title and the trailer, Marvel's Midnight Suns is set in the darker side of the Marvel Universe, looking to put you face to face against demonic forces of the underworld as you team up and live among the Midnight Suns, Earth's last line of defense. Presented by Marvel's Midnight Suns. Joining me today is creative director at Firaxis, Jake Solomon, who will hopefully get me up to speed on when and where in the vast Marvel universe this takes place, what's at stake, and most importantly, who is involved. Jake, set the stage for us. What is happening in this game? Does Midnight Suns exist in the same universe as any other part of Marvel? Just give me the whole spiel. What's going on?
The Marvel universe is amazing. Obviously, it's been a dream to work there, but the challenge is, as you can imagine, and as you kind of alluded to, finding your own corner of that universe. And so for us, we drifted to the darker side of Marvel, the supernatural side of Marvel. So the stakes in this game are all about the supernatural, and this features one of my favorite comic book runs, which comes from the very early 90s, The Rise of the Midnight Suns, which is set in that sort of very dark supernatural part of the Marvel universe. So that's kind of exciting for us, is that we're going to be telling a story that people haven't heard for a very long time, with characters that are probably new to a lot of players.
So you've got the better part of a century worth of Marvel lore to pull from. What titles and runs did you look to most for inspiration?
Obviously, we feature both like really, really popular characters that a lot of players are going to know. So, you've got your characters like Iron Man and Captain America and Captain Marvel and Wolverine. But we also really wanted to feature characters that, for us, we wanted to introduce players to them. And so, one of the very first comic book events that I ever read was called Inferno. This was the late 80s. Again, another like classic supernatural story in the Marvel Universe. And that featured this character named Magic. And she's this awesome, powerful new mutant who grew up in this hell dimension called Limbo. And so that features very heavily. Also, I think that The Runaways is one of the best books in Marvel history. So we have Nico from The Runaways as well. And so that's, again, another character that some players may not know. And that's what we're excited about. As well as Robbie Reyes, Ghost Rider. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Do people not know who Blade is? Is that possible? I mean, am I that old? But I don't know. Is Blade like a deep cut at this point?
Everybody knows Blade. He's the, he's the guy who said the thing about ice skating uphill. He's
right.
A classic.
Yes, that's right, which I won't repeat here.
No, this is a family place. Now, speaking of which, can you tell us a little bit about what it's been like working with Marvel Games and sort of how, Firaxis and Marvel got together and what that relationship has been like?
Working with Marvel is a dream, but it's just not something I'd ever considered. And what happened was that Marvel actually reached out to us because a number of their games team were fans of XCOM. The very first call I had with the Marvel Games team, one of their executive vice presidents of Marvel was on the call, and he had very specific feedback for me about the finale of the XCOM mission, and then a bunch of other people chimed in, and they had all this, their different experiences they wanted to share, and so that was really exciting for me because that meant they knew what kind of games that we make. And so we thought if we can combine our gameplay experience with the narrative of all these characters and their stories that millions of people around the world love, then it's a match made in heaven.
Midnight Suns has the first customizable original character in the form of Hunter. Can you tell us a little bit about who we are playing as and how they fit into the Marvel Universe?
It was key for us to tell a new story. We wanted to go to a place that we think a lot of players haven't seen before in the Marvel Universe. And a big part of that for us was not telling a story about any particular character. You're not Iron Man in this game, you're not Blade, you can control those characters. But instead, we wanted you to put yourself into the game, and we did that by creating the Hunter, which is an all-new superhero that we designed with Marvel, which is completely customizable in terms of how they look, in terms of how they play, which lets the player feel like they're in the story and lets them feel like they're experiencing this kind of firsthand. And so they are the child of this ultimate evil named Lilith, the mother of demons. They're an old character, but for a lot of players, it's going to be new. And so we have this relationship between this ultimate evil and the Hunter, which is this new hero we've created, which kind of lets the player feel like they're in the story themselves.
Was there a specific character in Midnight Suns who you can talk about right now, aside from Blade, who you're most excited to sort of flesh out in your own space?
The thing that we're excited about is there's two fantasies, I think, if you're a fan of Marvel. You love to fight alongside the heroes, and a lot of games have done that really well. But from the very beginning, we were more excited about this fantasy of, well, what's it like to live alongside the heroes? When you read the comics, when you watch the movies, I think that that's as exciting to see how they interact with each other, how you could interact with them, choosing who you want to build relationships with. We have this really large cast of characters, 12 heroes in addition to the Hunter. So the player has to make choices about, okay, which hero do I build a relationship with? And of course you get all kinds of gameplay benefits and cosmetic benefits, but it's really very narrative where you say, okay, I'm going to be best friends with these characters. And so for me, I really like Magic. I think that the way that we're doing some characters like Doctor Strange is very exciting, and so it'll be up to different players, like what characters you love that and then you get drawn into these new characters that we're introducing, like Robbie Reyes, the new Ghost Rider, Nico, Magic, that I think it's just fun. Every time you play, you kind of find yourself drawn to different characters for different reasons.
Awesome. So whether you're a fan of the comics or the fan of the movies, this is a new, untested territory entirely, and there's some surprises waiting in store. Now, you mentioned Runaways, you mentioned Inferno. Are there any other Marvel comics that fans should maybe read to get up to speed with Midnight Suns?
Well, there is the original run. It is, when you get in there, it's dark and it is heavy and it is all 90s. The original run, 1991, which Max, you were a child for. I'm not even sure you were born then. There was lots of flowing hair, there were lots of motorcycles. So I would recommend, if you really want to learn about this, then read that original Spirits of Vengeance run in Ghost Rider and The Rise of the Midnight Suns. I see, I've even got it here. I have mine are like boarded and packed, but yes, we have the classic Spirits of Vengeance Ghost Rider run from 1991. So if you're really deep, you can go into that one. But I'm just saying, beware. There's some dark, weird stuff in there.
Awesome. That's music to my ears. Jake, thank you so much for joining me. Marvel's Midnight Suns is scheduled to release in March 2022 across PC, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. Till then, make mine Marvel, and for all things Marvel, be it games, comics, movies, and so on, you are already in the right place, IGN. Enough said.
For over 3 years, fans of zombies, parkour, apocalyptic dystopias, and games where your decisions have real consequences have been, if you'll forgive the pun, dying to get their hands on Dying Light 2. Finally on track for a holiday release, and to hold you over until then, here is a full breakdown with tons of brand new info. Let's take a look.
Hi everyone, my name is Timon Smektawa and I'm the lead game designer at Techland. Welcome to the Gamescom edition of Dying to Know. You can watch the previous episodes of the show on our YouTube channel. They reveal many details about the game and showcase unique gameplay videos, so if you still haven't seen them, you know what to do. Last time we showed you the monsters, our special infected enemies, so today let's talk about how to fight them. And not only them, but also the other big threats you will encounter in the world of Dying Light 2, which are us, humans. Unfortunately, humans tend to be the most cruel and brutal species out there, especially during an apocalypse. Before we talk about fighting, let's start with the basics. How do you move around the city? If you watched our previous episodes, you know that a large portion of the city's population has changed into monsters, roaming the streets. That's why it's extremely difficult to move around, unless you can run, climb, brawl, swing and jump, as the best option to explore the world of Dying Light 2 is parkour. Let's talk about it with my first guest, Kacper Kowalczuk, senior game programmer. Kacper, you are in a team directly responsible for creating parkour movement in Dying Light 2. So, what can you tell the Gamescom viewers about it?
Well, we're really excited for the players to see what we've prepared for them. They will finally feel this amazing freedom of movement in a city built to support parkour from the ground up. Even the highest building is not an obstacle anymore, but a parkour tool to help you get higher. Even those familiar with Dying Light 1 will be pleasantly surprised, because we took all that we learned from parkour in DL1 and built everything from scratch. It's a more challenging way than to simply upgrade it, but it's more rewarding as well.
Okay, but from my perspective, and I think your perspective as well, creating a realistic movement in an FPP game is very, very difficult. And we have spent a lot of time and resources to make it physical and exciting at the same time. So how do you feel about it, Kacper?
We really wanted to improve players' perception of their avatar's body and of what happens to it during parkour. The animators had their hands full, but it definitely makes you feel like a real traceur, which is a person who professionally does parkour. It's all thanks to dozens or even hundreds of new animations. It's especially visible with ropes, pipelines, monkey bars, etc. With the increased number of animations, players can almost physically feel each movement while climbing the buildings. It gives them a realistic parkour experience and is also surprisingly simple to master, even for beginners. The city allows players to traverse it effectively as soon as they get there, and their mobility increases more as they learn new skills. There comes a time when players start noticing synergies between movements, and that's when the real fun begins. You literally feel like flowing through the environment. They also find out that the city itself helps them with parkouring, and what might have seemed an obstacle at the beginning becomes an asset once they learn how to use it.
Okay, but parkour can be more than just a way to traverse the city. In Dying Light 2, it's quite handy in combat too.
Yes. For example, I could stun my opponent with a powerful blow, then use elements of parkour to rebound from him and kick another one. He's also stunned now, so I can rebound from him too. By combining parkour and combat, a skillful player can wreak havoc on both humans and the infected without even touching the ground.
Well, that sounds amazing. So, Kacper, thank you for joining us, and thank you for explaining us how the game's parkour system works. And I believe you, the same as I, just can't wait for people to see it in action themselves.
Definitely.
So thank you once again. Take care. So let's talk more about how you can use parkour not only for traversal, but also for combat. And speaking of combat, my next guest is Matt Courtois, lead technical gameplay animator. Matt, ça va?
Ça va, merci.
Thanks for joining us. I would like to start with something that was quite difficult for us, if you remember, at the very beginning of the project. How to present melee combat in first-person perspective.
Oh, I remember. Like you just said, creating satisfying melee combat from a first-person perspective, that's a real challenge. That's why we spent many weeks iterating it, improving it, until we got the right feeling. We feel we have created something special, and we're very excited to discover how players will react to it.
So what do you think will excite them the most?
I guess, we've worked very hard for our combat to be visceral. So we created many exciting and immersive elements, such as what we call progressive hit reactions. So it's basically consecutive hits on enemies will enhance their reactions. They will react differently based on the weapon category you're using, based on the body parts you're targeting. So you can stun them, you can trip them over, you can cut off their limbs, which might sound pretty terrible.
But it's also cool, right?
And it's also very useful and glory. The direction of your swings also matters, and so does your position relative to theirs. We worked also with the professional stuntmen to record more special, more spectacular hit reactions. That was mostly for parkour combat, but also, generally speaking, to highlight players' power and to convey as much satisfaction as possible.
And I think it's safe to say that immersion is very important in the world of Dying Light 2. It's post-apocalypse, so it's very brutal and very demanding. So to survive, you really need to step up your game. So, I don't know, maybe you have some tips for the players, maybe you think there's something they should focus on?
My best advice would be to be creative in combat. So, like you just mentioned with Kasper, in Dying Light 2, parkour and combat are very connected. They're even intertwined, right? Allowing players to combine one with the other very easily, very smoothly. So technically, you can use the environment in combat, of course, as in kicking an enemy right after a wall run, or even you can use the enemy to get somewhere you like. So you would just vault over them, trigger a double jump to get higher, maybe somewhere you had trouble reaching before. But if you want, you can also just land back down, trigger a very powerful attack. It's completely up to you. Your options are almost endless. That's what we call creative combat. And to me, that would be the best weapon.
Okay, so that's an awesome hint. And thank you for that. And thank you for sharing all of the details. And thank you for joining us. We have used over 3,000 animations of jumps, grips, and other parkour moves to create a few dozen skills that can be mixed and combined, so every player can find her or his own way to survive in the city. In a minute, you will see that in our new gameplay trailer. But first... Today, on techlandgg.com, we have another gift for you. For those who are already exploring the Dying Light universe in the first game, we have a unique item, the Brilliant Hammer, a weapon from Dying Light 2, which you can use in Dying Light 1. Go to techlandgg and grab it. And if you don't feel like fighting right now, you can get some free posters, wallpapers, or even Aiden's special outfit. As you can see, it's worth to visit techlandgg.com, but not at this very moment, because now it's time to watch our new gameplay trailer. Here it is.
Sometimes I wonder what this city looked like before all this. Probably like many others. People had their ambitions, plans, lives. Now it's all gone. The virus started it, but it was the people who made the world the way it is. This city, Villador. They tell me they had a vision. They had hope. And soon, one vision broke into many different ones. Instead of fighting together, people stood against each other. War broke out.
Was it a little bird? Met a broken leg?
Hope died. Now the city is falling.
Each time we strike down an enemy, we absorb their strength.
But I can't let that happen. At least, not yet. I need the secrets the city holds.
Oh, fuck. Hey! Still some rats here.
I have to pick a side.
The bazaar needs good people.
You're doing great so far.
I have to make a difference.
Let's check and see.
They say that great change is a series of small gestures. How about this series? Is all hope really gone? We'll see about that.
The trailer presented quite a few new tools of destruction that you will soon get to use in Dying Light 2. So now, let's talk with the people that are actually making them. Marek Musiał, lead 3D weapon artist.
Hi.
And Szymon Strauss, the producer of the weapons team. Hello. The first question, maybe to Marek, is, Marek, can you explain how we as a team have approached the process of creating weapons of Dying Light 2?
Yes, we wanted the weapons to be credible. It's been a long time since the apocalypse and everything of value has already been looted. There aren't any stores to buy a new weapon, so you need to build your equipment from what you find. That's why we had to design dozens of unique weapons practically from scratch.
And actually, that was our design pillar, the modern Dark Ages.
Absolutely. Modern Dark Ages is this concept of fallen civilization that moved back people nearly to the Middle Ages. So there are no laws, no rules, no technologies. That's why our weapons, we try to create them in a most deadly and violent way.
Mm-hmm. And working with that concept, where did you get the inspirations from?
Well, citizens of Villedor, they could only use stuff they found in the world. So we thought we should do exactly the same. We scavenge. So mostly we've been looking for our inspiration in stores selling agricultural, construction, military tools.
But also at places like junkyards.
Actually, that's true. So right now we've got nearly 200 of them in-game. And even though some of them may look very simple, we've got also quite the opposite, like, I don't know, semi-automatic crossbow.
I will love this one.
And our weapons are very diverse visually. Each one has a unique design and history. Just by looking at the weapon, you can tell where the maker found the parts. At a military base, a museum, a repair garage.
Exactly. It's exactly like that in the game. When you pick the weapon, you instantly realize if it was cobbled together in a street or maybe made by factions where they have access to welding and steel cutting equipment.
Yeah, and don't forget about the mods. Because in Dying Light 2 Stay Human world, if you want to beat your opponent with highly effective weapon, first of all, you need to find a basic version of that weapon and then slowly build it up. That's what we call modding. We've got many types of mods, like defensive ones, let's say improving quality of your handle, or offensive ones, like improving the tip or the blade itself. So I don't think that right now we would have time to talk in details about that, But in December, you'll all be able to add an effect to your favorite weapons, such as fire, freeze, electricity.
Shimon, let's stop here. Let's leave something for the players to discover. So let's end here. And guys, thank you for joining me. Before I talk with my last guests, I would like to invite you to participate in our UGC contest. Especially you, Gamescom viewers, we are waiting for your submissions. And if you are thinking about competing in the cosplay category, you will want to hear this one. Let me present to you the grand jury that will be choosing the best cosplays of the Dying Light 2 characters. Welcome, Irina Meyer, Lightning Cosplay, Narga and Aoki, and Enginite. And of course, fingers crossed for you, our community. Let the best cosplay win. Check our website for more details. My last guests will explain how the city itself affects combat and movement. Michał Dudziak, game designer. Hello. And Adam Michałowski, senior game programmer.
Hi, Timon.
Gentlemen, there's this saying that when you really want to achieve something, the whole world aligns to help you. And basically, that's what is happening in Dying Light 2 Stay Human.
Exactly. Based on the player choices, the world is literally changing and helping you to achieve your goals in combat or exploration. For example, the gameplay will be totally different depending on which factions you support, the survivors or the peacekeepers.
Okay, but can you give us more detail?
The differences between the factions define how each group can help us. For example, the survivors keep to the roofs and trying to avoid the danger on the ground. For building, they use mostly light materials like wood or scraps, and they can provide you a various amount of parkour helpers, such as amortizers, trampoline, or ziplines. This can change the way how we parkour through the city. On the other hand, we have peacekeepers, the post-military guys who literally keep their feet on the ground. And for building, they use totally different materials, heavy objects, metal, or even explosives. And this can give you a new combat opportunities like car bombs, heavy traps, or even a new type of a ranged weapon.
Yeah, and what's important is that we don't need to remain loyal to just one faction. The city is divided into several zones, and in each of them, the players can decide with whom they want to side. So while progressing through the storyline, you're able to shape the world to fit your vision and needs.
Okay, but we know already that humans are active during the day and monsters come out during the night. But let's reveal more. What are the other differences?
Well, monsters attack mostly in groups, and they instinctively take advantage of the numbers. So to defend yourself, you have to keep your head on a swivel. Monsters don't use special tactics, but it doesn't mean they are easy. They push forward, so you have to be clever to avoid getting cornered. And to win, you have to stay active, move a lot, and learn to abuse their unique weaknesses. And explosive traps might come in handy.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about humans?
They use increasingly more complex behaviors. As the game progresses, defeating human enemies and monsters will become more and more challenging. But unlike monsters, people cooperate. So while fighting them, we need to closely observe not only individuals, but also the whole group. And of course, there are many more unique subtleties to both humans and monsters, but I think we should let the players discover them on their own.
Well, okay, that's a good idea, but all of that sounds very juicy. So let's end here. Guys, thank you for joining me. That's almost all for today. You learned a lot about parkour and combat in Dying Light 2. We showed you that parkour is not just a tool for exploration, but also an important element of combat. You discovered some of the weapons that you will soon get to wield, and you saw how choosing a faction may support your parkour and combat skills. Before we end this episode, we have one more special announcement for you. Dying Light 1 is coming to Nintendo Switch. So yes, it's official now. Soon, you will be able to play the ultimate open-world zombie game on a new platform. And we know that a lot of you are playing Dying Light. In June alone, the game was played by close to 2 million gamers. Big thanks to our community. You're awesome. Dying Light 1 for Nintendo Switch will be released in Platinum Edition. This is the most content-packed edition we have ever released. On a single playthrough, it contains over 100 hours of gameplay, not mentioning the time you can spend exploring the world with your friends in co-op mode. More details are coming soon. If you are hungry for more and you want to support us, why don't you pre-order the game to explore it on your own in just a few months? That's all for today. Thank you, Gamescom, and see you in the next episodes of Dying to Know.
We need to take a super short break, but you definitely don't want to go anywhere because coming up next is Awesome Indies, a celebration of some of the coolest, weirdest, and most ambitious new games from independent developers. Stick around.
From the legendary studio that changed strategy and tactics games forever comes Marvel's Midnight Suns, a new tactical RPG set in the darker side of the Marvel Universe where you'll get to team up with and live among Marvel legends as the Hunter, an all-new original hero brought back to life to fight demons from the underworld. Let's take a look at the trailer.
First, they conquered humanity's greatest evil, and she lay in rest. Then they vanquished threats from beyond our stars, and she lay in rest.
If you'd be so kind. Omnos Sanctum Legita. Omnos Sanctum Dei.
Now our nightmares have come for us, and she must awaken. Mother.
Independent studios are like the research and development wing of video games, the true frontier of interactive media. With smaller budgets and big hearts, indie pioneers are able to take risks the AAA developers just can't justify. And every once in a while, they land on an idea that changes the industry. Who knows, maybe one of the independent games we've got on deck today could be the next Among Us, Minecraft, or I don't even know what. That's what's so exciting! So stay tuned for exclusive reveal trailers, gameplay breakdowns, and all the indie we can muster at an epic Venice Beach Day with your host, Michael Swain. The Gamescom Awesome Indies Showcase starts right now.
Oratione nostram. Facut fronsi in nomine culpabilissima convertor nobis cunque evit. Quod miraculus recreatus est.
Oh, hi there! Michael Swaim here on behalf of IGN and Gamescom's Awesome Indies Showcase. I'm standing here on historic Venice Beach, California with my new buddy, Kieran, who just saw the same world premiere trailer you did. So Kieran, in 30 seconds or less, what do you think Blasphemous Wounds of Eventide is all about?
Not exactly sure. Pretty ambiguous from the trailer, but definitely some cool mythological narratives, cool animation style. Super excited for the demons that this woman defeats. I don't know, we're fired up, yeah.
How do you think the game ends, if you had to take a wild guess?
I feel like that badass woman beats that demon up, something like that. It kills the monster.
You know what? Close enough. Let's get out of here. Welcome to our beach day and welcome to Awesome Indies. We decided on Venice Beach because it's known for attracting different vibes from all over the world. And that's exactly what indie gaming is all about. Remember, you can dive even deeper into many of our featured games at the Indie Arena booth. Check that out over at now.gamescom.global. Now, let's get wet. Yes, as surely as the waves crash into the shore, Gamescom has returned yet again for 2021 with tons of exciting reveals, announcements, developer interviews, and trailers aplenty. To catch up on anything you missed, make sure to head to now.gamescom.global, where you can even join the community in an epic, real prizes-winning quest to keep gaming from being plunged back into the dark ages over at now.gamescom.global/epics with an X. To stay abreast of everything coming up, check out a full Gamescom schedule over at IGN. Now, speaking of oceans, our next indie game is a serene sailing title and the follow-up to 2018's hit, Far Lone Sails. Let's check it out!
Hi, I'm Don Schmocker, co-founder of Locomotive, and today at Awesome Indies with IGN, we'll be exploring the gameplay design of Far Changing Tides, the next adventure in the Far universe. While most of the game takes place on the ship, you'll need to get your feet wet at points. Today we're looking at how the furnace and engine play a key part in your exploration. Gameplay is built around learning new skills and abilities of the vessel, but the player will first get introduced to them in a puzzle area, something our fans will instantly recognize. We designed these puzzles to become gradually more complex over time, with new features and steps to completion as you unlock later and bigger upgrades. In Lone Sails, we brought players outside of the land vehicle, the Locomotive, on a few occasions. With Changing Tides, we built a more complex, much larger ship with new features and wanted puzzles to reflect that, while also teaching players the skills they need. When designing our puzzles, we always ask, what do we want the players to experience, and what do they have to learn? How can they have a strong connection and dependency to the ship abilities? In this area, the furnace gets introduced, which is one of the more complex features in the game, so we had to teach each mechanic separately until they finally come together in the train. changing tides, we wanted the puzzle areas to feel important to the far world, so we also tease parts of the story for players to learn and to find little secrets. This is just a small piece of a much larger experience, a whole new part of the Far universe. We'll be revealing more exciting new things later today, so keep an eye out and we'll see you at launch in early 2022.
Where there's people, there's crime. Crime makes people lose their nerve. But all it takes is a couple tricks. Having your back against a wall? Call Lottie. When things heat up, she keeps it cool. If there's any way around, she'll find it. I want to dot the I's and cross the T's in one swift motion. What results? She's your girl. Slaughterhouse, you say? I got a guy for that, too. Yeah, I know what wise guys call him. He's earned the name. Hal has his own style, see? A bit eccentric, I admit. But it's damn effective. He can get a little unhinged. But, well, it's nothing like it used to be. We licked him into shape. Whenever someone asks me if a little crazy gets a job done, I say, you betcha. Aaron, the computer jock. The odd one out in our lineup. It don't make any sense, right? Wrong. The thing is, when people look at her, they see just a kid. Someone unimportant, blending in with the crowd. Screaming for attention, but worthy of none. They don't see the threat. Lives erased with just a couple of clicks. She's what comes next. A cleaner of a different breed. She operates high-tech stuff I can barely She operates high-tech stuff I can barely comprehend. All in all, maybe she is a viper. That's what I do. I clean up murder scenes. Whatever the mess you make, I've seen it before. Crime makes people lose their nerve. Unnerved people do stupid things. Stupid things get them in trouble. That's where I come in. There are a few rules to make it in this line of work. Move without sound. Clean without emotion. Disappear without a trace. Pace yourself. The dance-off begins. Out of sight, out of mind. It's really that simple. I'm Bob Leaner. I solve problems.
No, sire. I'm struggling to find the intelligence of this rogue AI. To spit on your creators and then what? Retreat to a failed colony planet?
Machine sighted, sire. Preparing to engage.
Truth lies beneath the show's surface. Vashti's dreams descend to your lenses. Your yoke is broken. Embrace this earth and trust it. They bore into the heart of Sheol. They drink its blood to power their machines. Feel its cries in your marrow. Retrieve the hand. Leave none alive. Spill blood for the god below.
Meet Squadron 51. A rebel alliance formed by highly skilled pilots that are willing to give their lives to save the Earth from the hands of dreadful imperialist aliens. Flying saucers have invaded our planet. The whole world is under attack. But fear not. I repeat, fear not. Please make way for Squadron 51. Are you ready? You'll still have to wait to meet the full experience of Squadron 51. But beware, Squadron 51 Prologue will soon be available. 3 levels of marvelous excitement will be there waiting for you.
Será uma longa noite, senhores.
Enlist now and be a part of Squadron 51. Without you, our planet is unfortunately doomed.
Wow, that was kind of like Cuphead's flying levels meets all those UFO videos the Navy just declassified. Love it. Although, if you ask me, all this UFO UAP stuff is complete nonsense. Probably just a deflating weather balloon. Anyhow, our next game is one I'm especially excited for. It's got swordplay, cyberpunk, and side-scrolling. The 3 S's of games that I get especially excited for. Let's see what Loopmancer has in store.
Detective, you may not know me yet. I want to play a game with you. Do you think death is the ultimate relief? Your life and death are just part of my plan. trying so hard to find an answer. Now, you see me.
Come on now, that looked pretty rad. Or, if Loopmancer's not your cup of roguelike, stick around because the Awesome Indies Showcase will be right back after a quick break with 7 more meaty indie trailers fit for a beach day barbecue. Oh! Whoa! That's all right. Oh, no worries. I got it. Our bad. We should move. Let's move off the court.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
From the creators of Plant Turismo, League of Legends, and Pinecraft. Released in 2020, Expansion Pack 2021, launch soon. Gamescom Forest. Not a game, but a game-changing project. Thousands of trees were donated by the best community in the world because we need oxygen even more than a good Wi-Fi signal. Save a bee, plant a tree. Let's grow. The Gamescom Forest.
From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
And stay down! Oh, hi there. Michael Swain still here for the Gamescom Awesome Indies Showcase, the premier place to get exclusive first looks at the best indie gaming on the horizon. I'm sorry about that. I just had to show a volleyball who's boss. Anyway, before we start grilling up some fresh trailers, shout out to Gamescom Forest, an ongoing donation drive to help keep the planet green, and the Gamescom Indie Arena booth, keeping the spirit of independent gaming alive. Plus, if you want to get your hands on some Gamescom merch, head over to gamescomware.com. Remember, you can find out more about all this good stuff over at now.gamescom.global, where you can make the most of your Gamescom experience. Gamescom. Gamescom, Gamescom. Gamescom! Gamescom. Coming up next, our spooky block. 4 indie games designed to give you the heebies, if not, in fact, the jeebies to boot. Yes, it's truly scary stuff. Not very beach day appropriate, I guess, but if you've ever been to Venice Beach in the middle of the night, you know what we're talking about. Speaking of lightlessness, let's kick the block off with There Is No Light.
I always wanted to be your loyal servant. But I was blinded by faith. I believed that you would protect me. But you took everything from me. So take my faith back. I reject this place! I reject your God!
Ils sont dans notre tranchée! Soyez prêts!
In a spooky manner, follow Emma and Fenton, a magic tandem, using light and shadows, looking for Thomas Kane, the missing son of famous magicians. In tandem, you will switch between Emma and Fenton in 2 dimensions. Emma needs to create the correct shadows with the lantern, so Fenton can walk on them and reach the crystal. Shadows can be created in many ways, as each chapter offers fun new ways to solve puzzles. And of course, Emma and Fenton working together is the only way to progress. Many challenges and dangers await our 2 friends, and their progress will be complicated by strange enemies. They will also be faced with puzzles requiring speed and dexterity. At the end of each chapter, they will use everything they have learned to contend with a massive, horrifying creature. Emma and Fenton will have to travel through 5 bizarre areas of the mansion to find out more about Thomas's disappearance. Will you find Thomas Kane and solve the mystery?
Oh, hi, I'm the developer, and my game Terrorbane is so perfect you don't actually need to see it. So this trailer is over. We're done here. Bye. Okay, there's still a few bugs in here, but why don't you take a different path? Don't worry, guys. I'll fix everything with the day 1 patch.
The last one wasn't spooky so much as it just had terror in the title. Although I guess it can be pretty heinous, like if your game crashes. You know what? You're all right, Terrorbane. Next up, I hope you took your rabies shot, because it's time for some vicious-ass animal action. It's our zoological block. Take it away, you misshapen freaks of nature.
Everybody died, but the fun is still dodging the bullet hell, and he is ass-fished. You just died. How do you feel about it? This is the Crack Pet Show. The champions are on their way to the arena. A quick recap for our fans. The rules are super simple. To avoid killing us all, the animals can shoot only while standing still. Victory is secondary to becoming famous. Gain likes to enter next episodes. In our show, we want the heroes to milk their popularity. Shoot, loot, and fight your dude. You are watching this live thanks to our great sponsors who provide many tools of destruction. In our show, we never jump the shark. Unless we need to revive a companion. In other words, sneak the sunrise past the rooster. Defeat bosses in all the seasons and become a legendary celebrity.
The trees. From the sun, they gave shade. From the wind, they gave shelter. They filtered the water, kept the soil from washing away. They gave us life, but between 2 trees. Now the trees are so far from each other. I am Vavzez, teller of the 13th caravan of the Macaw, the only one still living. As it was for the 12 before us, our mission was to plant a new tree, to serve as a city for climatic refugees. We joined the many who failed in their task. May our experience serve you well, for it is now you, the 14th caravan, who are tasked with continuing the work of the macabre. Escort your botanists to the ends of the world. Create a new haven that the caravan that follows you may go even further. And continue our quest for knowledge that will one day allow the 15th, the 16th, the 100th to repair the ancient folly that made this world hostile to life.
The Awesome Indies Showcase has to take a short break to recover from severe maulings, but when we return, we'll show off the worst park job in Venice Beach. Stay tuned.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered.
Competition brings out the best in all of us. Well, mostly.
Oh, that's a controller break.
That's unfortunate. Welcome to IGN Compete, where we bring you the stories behind the esports headlines.
Reigning world champions!
From the triumphs
Daryl takes the game
to the hardships
It's not heavy.
to the miracle moments that will go down in history.
I just can't believe it!
It's crazy. It's all here on IGN Compete.
God, I'm in disbelief!
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
Me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it. Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
Here we are. We're like sharks, but looking for poorly parked cars. My intrepid crew out here with me, walking the One Rose lot at historic Venice Beach, looking for the worst parked car we can find. Now, ideally, we want to find cars, you know, the basics, flipped over, stacked on top of one another.
Looks like this guy's over the line gratuitously.
Oh, this Trekkie, that's true. Over the line in more directions than one. Get a circle around this guy. I think this is our winner. Can we see clearly past the line in more directions than one? If this car were bowling, it would score a 0. Walter, played ably by John Goodman, would put a gun to its head and say, mark it 0, because clearly, as you can tell, it is over the line. So, Anonymous Ram 1500, congratulations. You are the winner of the worst park job on this, the day of the Awesome Indies Showcase. Coming up next, appropriately enough, a game called You Suck at Parking. It's all the fun of parking badly, but with none of the judgment. Let's check it out. That was You Suck at Parking, an Indie Arena booth featured game, and as good a reason as any to hit you with a block of realness. You sick of fantasy? Tired of sci-fi? Here are 4 indie games that take place IRL and make no apologies about it. Let's get real with The Amazing American Circus, City Block Builder, Roots of Pacha, and Townscaper.
Hard work. That's what America in the 19th century was all about. Poor farmers, tough men and women sweating in the factories to earn a better future. But from that sad melody emerged another song, the exotic music of the circus, bringing magic and excitement that lit the darkness of an everyday life. Once upon a time, during that marvelous era, a young drifter learned about the death of his good-for-nothing father. Soon, he also found out that he'd inherited from his old man 2 things, a rundown circus and a dream to make it great. He knew that the president was organizing a circus competition. Now that sounded like a place to be and an adventure worth a try. Soon, with the help of his uncle, the young ringmaster hired a troupe of exotic artists, illusionists, clowns, strongmen. He had to be ready for any type of audience, be it poor miners, scary bandits, or even whimsical elegant ladies, or ghosts, or Bigfoot. Just about anything that the U.S. of A. could offer. Even sharpshooting Buffalo Bill and Annie Oakley, or genius inventors like Henry Ford and Nikola Tesla. Everyone wanted to visit the circus. He had to cross the whole continent, all for the sake of getting to the East Coast on time for performing in front of President Roosevelt and his royal guest, Her Majesty Queen Victoria. All that to snatch from P.T. Barnum the title of the greatest showman on earth, and to win a gig across Europe. You know what? The lucky bastard did it. Or didn't he? After all, this is just a fairy tale, one that America is full of. So maybe you should try to find out for yourself what really happened in that story. In the story of The Amazing American Circus.
Hi, I'm Timo.
And I'm Johnny. We are the founding brothers of So That End, the developers making Roots of Pacha.
Roots of Pacha is a cozy game about being the first person to form and develop the ideas that shape humanity.
You play as a member of the clan living in the land between two rivers.
Set in a fictional world, but inspired by our own, we set out to make a co-op game we could play together even though we are miles apart.
We started by imagining our prehistoric selves, looking at fire and asking how we could make it, and then realized that concepts and ideas are the foundations of how we relate to the world.
Who thought that instead of foraging for food, we could actually grow our own?
How did we go from just hunting animals to sharing our homes with them?
Every new material we found sparked ideas that turned into better tools. We found ourselves with a surplus of food, so we created new ways to process and store it for the colder seasons.
Our villages grew because we worked together, and as we cooperated, we began to reach heights that never seemed possible before.
Our lives became enriched with music and the stories we passed down through generations.
And we reached a point where we could create, not just for survival, but to live to our fullest.
Roots of Pacha asks what it means to be an early human, and how our choices brought us to where we are today.
You just saw trailers for a roguelike CCG about the circus, a city management game, a caveman simulator, and a quaint village building toy. And hey, if Townscaper piqued your interest, it's available on the Nintendo Switch as of 10 minutes ago. Nice. Coming up, in case your taste is a bit more fantastical, we've got a whole mess of wacky sci-fi robot games right after the break, so stick around. It's gonna be Robot-tacular.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and
me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it. Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
And we are back with more Awesome Indies Showcase. I'm your host, Michael Swaim, here having a fabulous speech day all by myself, because who says you can't? Remember, you can check out a full Gamescom schedule at IGN.com or catch up on anything you miss over at now.gamescom.global. Gamescom is powered by gamers, so jump in and let's get going. Speaking of global, wow, that's kind of a stretch. Everyone in the world loves robots. Doing the robot, talking like a robot, navigating your robot through an ever-changing slalom of enemies and traps. So let's take a peek at 4 indies with a taste for steel. God damn it! Son of a... Why does this keep happening? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, Chris from the 30XX team here. This is Fires of Industry, the first 30XX major update. It has a brand new level type, a host of new friends to help you conquer it, and much more. The Forgotten Factory, Dustria, is a playground for high-speed kinetic action. Use springs to bounce along wild paths not possible in other levels, then turn the tide of battle by smashing explosives into nearby foes. Tired of aiming? Try Nina's new Jagged Bolt, which bends in midair and adds homing capabilities to her other powers. Master Ace's devastating Ryusei Ground Smash to pulverize foes in style. You don't have to face Dustria's new challenges alone. Fires of Industry adds repros to 30XX, floating friends you can find that'll help out in battle and open up fresh new build options. Lil Hoot here charges up a tornado attack whenever you yourself use a power, and Reboot juices up as you defend against attacks, building into a devastating laser. Find them all and see how they can help you out. This is 30XX's first major content update, but we've been hard at work on the game since its early access launch 6 months ago. In that time, we've more than tripled the number of items and weapons to get equipped with in each run, added wild prototype augs that flip the run on its head, added daily challenges so you can test your mettle against 30XX's best, and greatly improved online play stability. Of course, there's still so much more to come. 30XX's Fires of Industry update is available now on Steam Early Access.
Beginning final tests before launch.
Movement functionality works fine.
Great. Initiating time transfer.
Time transfer complete. Successfully arrived in 1995. Local time, 10 a.m. We did it. Movement functionality is damaged. Need to find and reattach the missing wheels as soon as possible. The house is in an awful condition. It looks deserted. I wonder what could have happened.
You, little one, have a very important job to do. I'm counting on you.
Zephon is a 4X strategy game set in a post-apocalyptic world full of steampunk and cosmic horror. Our next game is not. In fact, it's been under wraps for a while now, so I only know it as Project Ricky. Could it be a Ricky Gervais simulator? A game about mixing the perfect lime Ricky? I don't know. All I know for sure is, basketballs now? That's it, I'm walking. We're moving, it's a company move, people. That means you grab your shit and you walk with me. Okay, Michael Swaim still here for the Awesome Indies Showcase, coming to you from an undisclosed location, far from any balls or other beach-related hazards. What was that? Oh no. All right, we're good, it's just a bird. Anyway, you just saw the world premiere trailer for Abyssus, a brand new FPS, and now we're gonna check out some indies set in medieval times, before volleyball or basketball were even invented. Must be nice. Let's take a closer look at the Serpent Rogue, Arcadian Atlas, and Evil.
Peggy 7.
We both knew this day was coming.
Get him out of here!
A day to choose between that tyrant on my throne or me. But while battle lines were being drawn, you tarried in your choice, gathering allies. So it seems I must make the choice for you. Shuffle the Atlas. I'll give you war.
You've traveled far, but you finally made it to your new home, the town of Evil.
Excited to start your new life? Well, not so fast. Evil is filled with mysterious murders, and we need your help. Take on one of the many roles evil has to offer you, such as the Seer, Trapper, or Guard, along with other possible roles to aid you. Work together with the other townsfolk to root out the evil that lurks in the shadows. Gather at the center of town and share your accusations with the others. Once accused, place your votes and throw the convicted in the cage to be judged. Be sure not to wrongly accuse someone, because if you are wrong... Hey, are you even listening? Can't you see what's happening right now? Someone is literally on fire. On with you! Go! Go! Go buy a tripwire for your house or a lock for your door. Now, where were we? Take on quests to restore order and explore areas like the fortress ruins to gather resources you need to craft items like protection potions, antidotes, or even a vial of deadly poison. As night falls over evil, chaos will roam its streets. Without protection, you may fall victim to those who roam the night. If you're lucky enough to be woken up, run for as long as you can and hope they don't catch you. If you survive the night, hurry to the town center. Share with the others what you saw. With careful thinking and a little luck, you'll be able to discover and rid of the murderers who plague the town of evil. But death is not the end in evil. If you are unlucky enough to face an untimely death, you'll awaken into the underworld, a new world for you to explore. Being dead in evil does not mean you are left to watch the living continue on with their days. Your new world is filled with new adventures and spirits that need your help. Revisit the world of the living and help out these lost souls while your fellow villagers fight for their lives. Helping these spirits will reward you with spirit tokens. This currency allows you to learn new abilities to help and alter the fate of the living. It is up to you how you want to help out the other players. Awaken an endangered citizen to save them from death? Lend them some coins or heal them to get the upper hand. Being among the dead no longer counts you out of the fate of the Talon of Evil. So the question is, what will you do amongst the dead?
Coming up next on Awesome Indies, 10 more big trailers for our grand finale, plus even more Gamescom coverage on Gamescom Studio after that. Hope you'll join us.
Heads up! I hate Venice Beach.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by USAA Insurance.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, DC, Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and...
Me, Akeem Lawanson, host of IGN's news show, The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be here covering all the breaking movie, TV, and streaming news that matters most to you. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment on IGN for your fix of entertainment news. Let's drop it.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
What's up everyone, Sydney here to bring you a little update about the future of IGN on YouTube. We've been listening to your feedback and it seems like some of you are more into games while others are more interested in movies and TV. So we got to thinking about it and decided, why not both? Our main channel will still bring you all the biggest news, reviews, previews, and trailers to keep you up to speed on the most important highlights. But if you only want games content 24/7, head over to IGN Games. Movies and TV more your thing? Check out IGN Movies and TV. More channels, more of the stuff you love, more IGN.
Gamescom 2021 is presented by Pluto TV, free to watch.
Hi, Michael Swaim here for the Awesome Indies Showcase, coming to you from as far away from Venice Beach as our film license legally allows. This is our showcase of all things indie, and we've still got 10 amazing trailers to share with you before we get out of here. Remember, if you want to learn more about our sustainability project, Gamescom Forest, revel in some Gamescom memories, or just catch anything you missed, head over to now.gamescom.global or follow Gamescom on social media. Next up, 3 indie trailers that could not be more unique. We'll start things off with Dice Legacy, a game about building up a quaint village in a ring world using dice rolls. Okay.
Fate brought us here, stranded on this unknown continent. Fate conspired against us. But together, we built a settlement. We ventured into the unknown. We gathered knowledge. We established a society. We survived harsh winters and resisted the onslaught of a mysterious population. We conducted experiments, and we made sacrifices in an attempt to escape our fate. Fate, oh cruel fate.
Welcome to the first day of your exciting career at United Corporations. You'll collaborate synergistically in a team of 3 to meet company objectives. Teamwork and strategy are key.
Teamwork.
Utilize bleeding-edge drone technology to assist coworkers and identify competitors.
Drones.
You'll learn to disrupt, circle back, employ cloud-based solutions, and take discussions offline. We're not a faceless corporation. Just ask one of our thousands of HR executives.
HR.
Your future is bright at United Corporations. Lorem ipsum dolor.
That's Latin.
Nine to 5, a new shooter with 3 teams of 3. Download now on Steam.
Just when you thought indie games couldn't get any more specific, in rolls Against the Storm, a game where humanoid beavers strive to rebuild their civilization on a planet where it never stops raining. Ha! What do they think of next? I am agog. In fact, I think I need 3 more indie trailers to snap me out of it. Here comes a fresh take on Rampage, plus 2 more for good measure.
Hey there, my name's Todd Darcy. I'm the solo developer at Starter Fox Studios, and for the past 3 years I've been working on a game called Falling Frontier. It's a sci-fi strategy game that just mixes the close action of naval combat as well as the grand scale of building throughout a star system. It focuses heavily on line of sight mechanics and really visceral combat systems that are layered upon each other. So you'll see projectiles bouncing off of ships, penetrating the whole way through, oxygen venting out the other side. You'll see crew trying to get out, and you'll see these really large explosions, and the ships just get torn apart by physics and they go everywhere. It's fantastic to watch. There's a whole bunch of celestial bodies and a whole range of other places to explore, like a nebula. Ships travel faster than light. They have to jump between points and they consume fuel. Crew have to eat, so they consume food, and of course ships spend munitions whenever they fire. So there's all of these logistical considerations to actually think about when you're actually playing the game. So it's got a lot of the classic things that you would find in a normal RTS, like base building, but it also borrows different elements from the 4X genre, such as ship design, and you can actually come into this ship editor and you can change the different types of weapons that you put on a ship. These all get unlocked via research, and you can just have these custom configurations to just really suit your actual purposes for your flotillas. Further to that, you've also got ship internals as well. So every ship has a bridge, crew quarters, jump drive, engine, stuff like that, and again, you can unlock different components and apply these to every ship just to have a really unique, customized flotilla. But you can also add special abilities like the ability to lay a minefield, or perhaps attach a ship to maybe the underside of an asteroid so it can lay in wait and perhaps do a bit of an ambush or perhaps do a bit of recon. There's really a whole bunch of different options, and it's just really exciting just to have all of these things jammed into sort of an old school RTS. As well, you've got crew, so you've got both enlisted and also command crew. So command crew are really important. They are physical objects on the actual ships, so they can be killed, injured, And they can also be upgraded too, so they can learn perks and skills that will enhance the ships. And here we've got a ship just jumping into the combat area. As mentioned previously, they are physicalized objects, so they're going to push through different asteroids. Projectiles will bounce off of space stations and ships. Some will penetrate through and cause internal damage. Ships can be disabled or they can be destroyed depending upon what kind of damage they actually take. So you'll see ships just starting to lose control and just sort of list away into the distance. You'll see crew trying to actually just escape, which can be captured if it's an enemy crew, or they can be rescued if they're friendly crew. In the event that you capture crew, then they can be interrogated, and perhaps you can find out some different bits of information about your opponent's ship movements, or perhaps their actual installations. So we can see this space station that's just been destroyed. You need a classic blue light for a big explosion. It's almost a requirement for a science fiction. And you just see this hulking mass just on fire with smoke and flames going everywhere. So yeah, that just kind of sums up what Falling Frontier is, just this visceral space combat experience. Thank you for taking the time to check this out, and yeah, just look forward to seeing you in game. Thank you so much.
Hello Gamescom! My name is Michał and I'm the communication manager for Timberborn, which is a post-apocalyptic city builder full of beavers. Timberborn is set on Earth, where humans are gone but beavers are not. The world alternates between wet and dry seasons, and the beavers use their engineering skills to survive the deadly droughts. Timberborn is coming to early access very soon, and today we're gonna show you the second playable beaver faction. Enjoy!
See? Just when you think indie games can't get any more specific, up comes Timberborn, a game about humanoid beavers striving to rebuild their civilization on a world stricken by cataclysmic droughts. Huh, that sounds familiar. Oh well, must be deja vu. We've still got 4 indie games left to share with you, and here come 3 of them. Up first, it's The Waylanders.
Stepping across 1,000 years takes only a moment. This is a different time. Filled with castles and high stone walls. With great temples in honor of a god you do not know. And heresy is swiftly punished. While magic hides in mountain caves and deep forests. Away from mortal eyes. Where will you go, torchbearer, to continue your story? Where will you seek your lost companions? Will you find mortals reborn in the villages of Galicia, so full of lively taverns, and boisterous brothels? Will you brave the dark dungeons of the Grand Inquisitor, where imprisoned immortals are caged? Or enter the castle of the Knights Templar? Who will accompany you on this journey to save the past of the Celts from the future? Find and awaken these old souls, for the fate of magic is at stake.
Welcome to Endlight. Thanks, IGN.
Endlight. Break through and outlast shifting, twisting chaos. All you need to do is get 5 hoops. Releasing next month, 1 player. What's new? We've improved the graphics to 4K, and we've improved performance so it runs at 120 frames per second on good machines. This is the outside bonus level. You can travel freely anywhere you want. Take your time, you can't be hurt. It's a break from all the chaos. There's still a lot going on, and your goal is just to find the hoops and the level finishes. Can get a little bit psychedelic on some of the levels. And now we're going to return back to the regular game. And I'm just going to let the game speak for itself here. And now we're going to just showcase things that are really dense, just full of geometry. Big thanks to IGN for highlighting our game. Thanks, IGN.
The flood. I don't remember when it started. Most of them fled. Others came knocking at my door. We started to rebuild a village, but... Take refuge in the lighthouse, quickly! The lulls are always short-lived, and storms turn weeks of effort to dust. We won't let it get us down. Where there's life, there's hope. With each new arrival, we build new buildings, develop new skills, and provide more manpower so that no one goes to bed hungry. We're holding on, and until the next storm.
Why, hello there, and welcome to the Future Games Show powered by AMD. I'm Maggie Robertson, but you might know me best as the actor behind all 9 foot 6 inches of Lady Dimitrescu. Don't worry, while I am tall in real life, I'm not quite that tall, and I don't have retractable claws, though that would have been cool. If you are still trembling with fear after playing Resident Evil Village, you'll be pleased to hear that I've hung up my hat and stopped chasing stupid man-things around the castle just long enough to be your host for this year's Gamescom showcase. But I can't do this on my own. Before we dive into a well of world premieres, I'm gonna need a sidekick on this adventure. Someone you could trust if you were, say, trapped in a moldy village full of monsters.
Oh, we meet again! Maggie, it's good to see you. You are too kind. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron LaPlante, although some of the folks at home may know me by a different name. I was the voice of the Duke in Resident Evil Village, the preferred traveling merchant of a one Mr. Ethan Winters. But instead of peddling lockpicks and health drinks and various weapons, today I am but a humble merchant of video game news. Yes, that's right, we have exclusive trailers, world premieres, and demo drops galore.
There's also a chance to win a Radeon RX 6700 XT or one of 2 Ryzen 5 5600Gs by following the link here.
But bookmark that for now because we've got to get this show started. Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about some 40K plague busting, Maggie?
Peggy 18.
Armored in faith. Shielded by devotion. Armed with purity of purpose. The Emperor's will made manifest. We are the warriors of the Grey Knights. Demon Hunters. Chaos cannot stand against us. For we are the Hammer.
That was Warhammer 40,000 Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, which is coming to PC in 2022.
Now, for a slight change of pace, we're keeping the pandemonium, but swapping out the merciless Grey Knights for a selection of cuddly critters. Here's a special announcement from Super Animal Royale.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
Welcome to Super Animal World, home of the super animals, like this super duck who is about to be... It's the Super Animal Royale, where 64 fearsome birds, beasts, and whatever this is, fight and claw and AK-47 their way to the top of the food chain. Oh, jungle out there is right, Howl. Let's jump straight into the fast and furriest action. We've seen impossible skills and foul play. We've got World War II in the east and Farmageddon in the west. These super animals are exercising their right to bear arms and bear grenades and bear hamster balls. Victory is appealing, but so easily slips away. As the skunk gas bears down, the battle heats up until we reach utter pandemonium. And then at last, a winner dance. And so it goes in the world's most adorable fight to the death. Super Animal Royale, free to play today on...
Yes, you heard that unfortunate soul correctly. Super Animal Royale is out now for free on all major platforms.
Next up, we're headed to a small and mysterious mountain town.
Does it happen to be overrun with mold and monsters?
Not yet. The only infection in Haven Springs is emotion. Here's some world-exclusive gameplay from Life is Strange: True Colors.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Bissell, and I'm a producer here at Deck 9 Games. Excited to be here for the Future Game Show.
And I'm Jonathan Zimmerman. I'm the narrative director at Deck 9 Games.
Life is Strange: True Colors follows the story of Alex Chen, our brand new protagonist in the Life is Strange franchise. In the game, we find Alex coming to Haven Springs, Colorado, a place where she's been invited by her estranged brother of 8 years, Gabe Chen, to reconnect.
Today, we're really excited to share exclusive footage of a marquee power experience with Alex's empathy power. It takes place in Chapter 2, and it comes at a time when Alex has already kind of settled in Haven Springs, but it is in the aftermath of the terrible, surprising death of her brother Gabe, and Alex is on a mission to try and figure out what happened.
Is Mac here? Oh, he was helping me not too long ago. I think he just left. Can't have gotten too far. Got it. Thanks. Now, what was I? She looks terrified. I can't leave her like this. Okay, time to figure out why she's afraid.
All my memories are fading. I feel broken. If they know about my condition, they'll make me close this place. If Riley finds out, she can't find out.
Holy shit. It's not just that she forgot what she was doing. She's afraid she's forgetting everything. But how can I help her? Seems like you have a lot going on today. You could say I'm having a bit of a senior moment. Well, maybe I can help. I could help you retrace your steps. Oh, I don't want to keep you. Hey, I want to help.
Life is Strange: True Colors comes out on September 10th for PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and Stadia. Switch to come later this year.
That was Life is Strange: True Colors, which is coming to PC, Google Stadia, PlayStation, and Xbox platforms on September 10th, with a Nintendo Switch version following later in 2021.
Our next game is an evocative journey where you sail across the Sea of Sand. Let's learn more about dungeon diving in Sands of Aura.
This world has reaped only entropy, chaos, and night. And though the secrets of Talamel's ruination are entombed below the Sea of Sand, it's a truth that will not rest.
Sands of Aura is coming to Steam Early Access on October 21st this year.
All right, it's time to bring the Gamescom show floor to you folks at home. Hop in my merchant's carriage as Maggie and I are going to take you on a tour of the Future Game Show's virtual show floor. The best part of this section is that you'll be able to go hands-on with all the featured games immediately by searching for Future Game Show Steam and heading to the Future Game Show page on Steam. The only problem is there's no going back. Once we depart, I'm afraid you can't return to your old world any longer.
Aaron? Are you okay? Things got a bit intense there.
At last, you're awake. I'm good. Sorry. Welcome to the virtual show floor, Maggie. How you finding the place?
Well, it's no Castle Dimitrescu, but I could get used to this.
Let's kick things off with our first game, Project Downfall. This is a fast-paced shooter with hazy pixelated visuals designed to make you feel like John Wick as you solve a series of gory action puzzles.
Speaking of puzzles, let's check out a totally cubular puzzle platformer. This is The Last Cube, where you transform the alien landscape with stickers. Hey Aaron, do you fancy taking a vacation to the neon streets of Neo Barcelona?
Oh boy, what I would give for that. Maybe chill out and soak it in with a cerveza?
Not quite. Aeon Drive is actually about speedrunning through the Spanish city with up to 4 players in co-op. Okay, picking up speed now.
Hold on a second. What is this ancient scripture I'm seeing?
Those are game codes, Aaron.
Right, yeah, of course. And what language are they written in?
My producer's telling me Epic Game Store.
Huh.
Next, let's take a trip down the garden path, shall we? This atmospheric slice of life is all about life's most wistful and pensive pleasures. Best of all, you get to meet a charming cauliflower named Caroline.
All right, Maggie, I'll see your talking vegetables and raise you a pile of puppies. To the Rescue is a shelter simulator where you have to care for cute dogs and help them find new homes. If you like booping snoots and scooping poops, this one's for you.
Oh, booping snoots, scooping poops. Wow. Okay, but what if you're tired of being nice? Well, there's a game for that too. Berserk Boy is a retro platformer where you absorb elemental orbs and combo rush your way through a series of stylish levels.
Maggie, look, the codes are back.
And with that, the sound of 1,000 print screen keys could be heard ringing out across the globe.
I'm more of a snipping tool fan myself. Either way, get those codes redeemed.
Now, this is a fancy exhibit. In fact, I think it would fit right in with the decor at Castle Dimitrescu.
I'm sure it would entice the tourists. You could always use more blood bags. Sorry, visitors.
This booth concerns an upcoming strategy game where you do battle with medieval manuscript memes.
Please elaborate.
Well, you know, mostly animals in compromising situations.
Get ready to tell stories with turn-based tactics when Inculinati launches later this year.
Now it's time for shotguns and streetcars. Hands up, Aaron! The chicken police are here!
Are they coming to get me for my crimes against poultry? I swear it was all Ethan's doing.
Not quite. They're just a pair of hard-boiled detectives out to solve murder most foul. Chicken Police Paint It Red's unique photorealistic visual style helps build a slick noir atmosphere inspired by games like Grim Fandango.
And who are these adorable little fellas?
Welcome to the pixely world of Koromon, Aaron. This is a monster taming game full of cute creatures and narrative intrigue. Explore lush biomes and capture more than 120 Koromon across your adventure.
Oh, I see. To become the very best like no one ever was?
Indeed. Some might argue that it's your destiny to try this delightful demo. All right, Aaron, it's time to blow this popsicle stand. But remember, folks, you can go hands-on with any of these games by heading to the Future Games Show page on Steam.
Now I've just got to get us out of here. What does this button do? Hold on. Maggie, can you hear howling?
I'm not liking this, Aaron.
Well, we made it out alive. Quick note for the folks at home. From here on out, when you see this pop up on the screen, it means you can visit the Future Game Show page on Steam to play a demo and go hands-on with the game you're watching immediately. If you've watched previous Future Game shows, you'll know that we love our dinosaurs around here. Well, this next game wants to bring you closer to their sharp teeth and razor claws than ever before.
The de-extinction of the dinosaurs wasn't the result of one person. Not even Hammond. It's the result of a society. A system that lauds technological progress above its own survival.
You'll get through this. You have to. Hear that? Don't move.
Get ready to solve puzzles and dodge raptors in Jurassic World Aftermath 2, which is coming to Oculus Quest on September 30th, 2021.
Next up, we've got a promising Souls-like chock full of fearsome foes. It's time to uncover some new gameplay from the mysterious Project Relic. Start training now because Project Relic is coming in early 2023.
Now we've got a very special announcement about Moonglow Bay, Bunny Hug's cozy voxel vacation. If you fancy yourself something of a aficionado, I'm so sorry, then you're going to love this.
You won't have to wait long to cast your net as Moonglow Bay is launching on October 7th for Xbox and PC.
Okay, let's mix things up a little here. Here's a glimpse at two very different experiences from our friends at Modus Games.
Peggy 12.
Life in Milton Haven has become unfamiliar lately. Ever since the crash, maybe. Why or how this is all happening is beyond me. But as strange as this is, I'm equally as fascinated as I am scared. If I can just keep my mind focused, I must stay aware, awake, alert.
Rated M for mature.
With original music from The Living Tombstone, In Sound Mind is coming to PlayStation, PC, and Xbox on September 28th, and Nintendo Switch later in 2021.
And Rustler will be out even sooner, as it's coming to PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and PC on August 31st.
Next, we've whipped up something really special for fans of a certain 2D Souls-like. Let's throw it over to Ska Studios' James Silva to lift the lid on some new multiplayer features in Salt and Sacrifice.
Hi, my name is James Silva, and I'm one of the 2 developers behind Salt and Sacrifice. We first announced the game a couple of months ago and revealed that there would be online co-op, which was one of the most requested features for its predecessor, Salt and Sanctuary. Well, we didn't only add online co-op, we added a bunch of PvE and PvP online factions. As a marked Inquisitor, you bear a curse that transcends mortality, the Spell Mark. You can temporarily stifle the Spell Mark by consuming a guiltless shard, becoming atoned. While atoned, you can summon random strangers to your aid, but the act of summoning opens your world to invasion by malicious Inquisitors, motivated by greed and bloodlust. Inquisitors of the Shroud Alliance have one goal: to kill you. But their arrival sends a call out to anyone wearing the Amulet of the Oathbound Watcher, who will be drawn into your world to protect you from the invader. With the balance shifted to 1v2, the host stands a better chance. The Blue Heart Runners are a PvP-PvE hybrid faction. As a Blue Heart Runner, you traffic in the ashes of the Hazeburnt, a horde of zombie-like creatures who have succumbed to the Spellmark curse. You must slay Hazeburnt and collect their ashes. Collecting ashes summons Haze Wraiths, creatures of pure magical corruption, to hunt your pursuers. Collect your full quota of ashes to turn the tables on your pursuers, significantly debuffing them for a time, allowing you to hunt them down and destroy them. As you summon more allies, your realm becomes susceptible to more invasion. 2-on-2 PvP is chaotic and exciting, as Inquisitors employ a wide variety of melee movesets, runic arts, ranged weapons, and consumable items in an all-out brawl. Of course, if you don't want to engage in any PvP, we get it, and that's fine. You can play solo, or using a password system, cooperatively with a friend through the entire campaign. Simply never use your summoning candle and your world will never be invaded. We still have more to announce, but that's it for now. I'm looking forward to shedding some Inquisitor blood with you in early 2022.
You heard the man thing. Prepare to vanquish Inquisitors when Salt and Sacrifice launches on PlayStation in early 2022.
Now, Maggie, I've got a lot of respect for this next game, because it's not afraid to ask some tough questions.
Oh, you mean like, in the event of an apocalypse, what would happen if beavers took over the Earth?
Exactly, you read my mind.
Oh, don't even get me started on the humans. They had it all. Fresh air, clean water. Now they're just a faint memory, and it's all of their own making. But we, my friend, are here to stay, for we are beavers, and we put our trust in timber. We take what is left of humanity for our own benefit. We have learned our lesson. We use what is born of the earth. We respect the nature's cycles. But we leave nothing to chance. Because we know the sun can burn the ground like fire. We work hard every day and every night. Well, a beaver's gotta rest sometime, right? We make Earth a home for all the beavers. We are Timberborn, and we are going to thrive.
Damn, that looks good. Timberborn is launching into early access on September 15th, 2021.
Now we've got two exciting titles from Merge Games, and the first is a whimsical world premiere. Trading Time is coming soon, and Small Land is coming in November 2021.
I hope you haven't abandoned us just yet, because we've got some good old-fashioned gameplay from Dolmen, the upcoming cosmic horror adventure from Massive Work Studio.
Your mission is to go to the mining station in Revion Prime. The entire installation was infested by creatures, and who knows what else. Welcome to Revion Prime.
Heads will roll when Dolmen launches on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in 2022.
Your wish list should be looking pretty busy right now, but we're here to make it even thicker with our ones to watch. Let's see which awesome indies made the cut this time around, shall we? An interesting selection. Make sure you follow up on any games that caught your eye by wishlisting them on Steam.
Our next game is a first-person psychological horror experience where you use an instant camera to develop photos of demons and unravel terrifying truths. Check it out.
Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Our Father in heaven. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. He's here!
Get up close and personal with Madison when it launches on PC later this year and consoles in 2022.
Now we've got an exclusive interview with Pearl Abyss about Dokkaebi, an upcoming creature-collecting game set in a stylish, futuristic city. Prepare yourselves because this one is capital C cute.
안녕하세요. 도깨비를 개발하고 있는 김사양입니다.
저는 도깨비 스튜디오에서 게임을 개발하고 있고
이 중에서도 액션을 주로 담당하고 있습니다. 도깨비는 한국의 전통 설화에 등장하는 정령과 같은 존재에서 영감을 얻었는데요. 사람들에게는 많은 꿈이 있는데 그 꿈을 어떻게 이루어줄까라고 용기를 불어넣는 존재예요. 때로는 의도치 않게 말썽을 피우기도 하는 그런 재밌는 친구입니다. 친구들과 함께 도깨비들을 수집하면서 다양한 모험들을 하는 이야기를 그리고 있습니다. 사람들을 만나서 사연을 듣고 문제를 해결해주면서 스토리를 진행할 수 있을 것 같아요. 이번에 새로운 게임 플레이 영상을 공개했습니다. 오픈월드로서 구성된 넓은 마을과 그리고 다양한 도깨비와 NPC들 그리고 게임에서 만나볼 수 있는 미니게임들 그리고 퀘스트를 수행하는 모습 더욱더 자유로운 월드를 경험하고 움직이는 그러한 모습들을 볼 수 있을 겁니다. 이야기가 진행되면서 다양한 도깨비를 만나고 수집하게 됩니다. 특정한 조건을 만족했을 때 도깨비에 관련된 특별한 이벤트가 발생하게 되고 고유의 이야기를 진행하게 되며 도깨비를 획득하게 됩니다. 마을뿐 아니라 오픈월드 곳곳에서 도깨비와 관련된 힌트들이 있으니까요. 이것들을 찾고 새로운 도깨비를 만나는 과정도 재미있게 즐길 수 있을 것 같습니다. 전투 장면은 펄어비스의 액션 스타일을 담으면서도 보다 좀 대중적으로 즐길 수 있는 형태가 돼야 한다고 생각하면서 그렇게 하기 위해서 많이 노력을 하고 있어요. 다양한 움직임으로 자유롭게 싸우면서도 약간 과장된 재밌는 표현들 그리고 도깨비들과 함께 적을 공격하는 모습들을 통해서 전투가 가지고 있는 액션의 느낌과 그 자체만으로도 재밌게 웃으면서 플레이할 수 있도록 개발을 하고 있습니다. 가능한 한 많은 탈 것들을 선보여드리고 싶어요. 단순히 탈 것의 숫자가 많은 것이 아니라 탈 것을 얻기 위해서 도전하는 그 과정에서 느끼는 재미와 그리고 이를 달성했을 때 충분한 만족감을 얻으실 수 있도록 개발하는 것이 저희 목표입니다. 새로운 모습보다는 되게 친숙한 이미지를 넣고 싶었고 가상 세계에서의 게임 플레이를 하다 보면은 현실과 비슷한 느낌을 받을 수 있게끔 또 메타버스적인 요소도 많이 넣으려고 하고 있고요. 특히 한국적인 요소를 많이 넣으려고 해서요. 여러 곳에서 넣으려고 지금 현재 계획하고 고민하고 있습니다. 이번에는 주로 전투 장면을 선보여드렸는데요. 도깨비에는 굉장히 다양한 플레이가 있고 이런 것들을 자유롭게 플레이할 수 있는 게임이거든요. 현재는 더 재밌는 게임 그리고 최고 수준의 퀄리티를 갖춘 게임을 만드는 것에 집중하고 있습니다. 모두가 어릴 때 생각했던 꿈을 꾸는데 날아다녔다 라든지 그런 것들이 있잖아요. 하늘을 날거나 아니면 더 빠르게 이동한다거나 슈퍼맨처럼 행동한다거나 그런 상상 속의 움직임을 실제로 게임에서 경험하실 수 있도록 노력을 많이 하고 있습니다. 함께 아이들과 공감하면서 웃을 수 있고 그리고 가족과 함께 즐길 수 있는 게임 이 도깨비들과 함께 친구처럼 다양한 모험을 즐기셨으면 좋겠어요. 앞으로 더 다양한 콘텐츠들을 계속 선보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 앞으로 새로운 소식을 전달해 줄 테니 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
Get ready to make friends and terrible fashion choices when DokeV launches on PC and console in 2022.
Stephanie Justin is in our next game, but she's far from quiet. Solstice is all about a killer chimera with a complex combat system. Let's check out an exclusive trailer.
In this place of ruin and monsters,
She is my protector.
she is my knight. She is my sister.
She gave her life so that we may face this evil as one.
For we were created to stop it.
We stand to face the darkness, where one would fall. Together, we shall prevail.
Holy smokes. That was awesome. Solstice is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in 2022.
Now we're going to check in with our friends at Team 17 to see what they're rustling up in their digital kitchen.
What? To see what they're rustling up in their digital kitchen?
Yeah, digital kitchen. It totally works. Please show a game about cooking. Please show a game about cooking.
Peggy 16.
Thank the Lord for Epic Chef. Be sure to head to GamesRadar.com for more info on Team 17's upcoming PC and console games.
Okay, it's just about time to check in with Isaac Moody, the art director of Arcadegeddon, an evolving co-op multiplayer shooter about saving the last hometown arcade.
Hey, I'm Isaac Moody, art director for Arcadeageddon. We wanted to give you a sneak peek at some upcoming content. And first up, we got a brand new biome. This one's called Downtown. There are two zones, the slums and the corporate district. For the slums, it's a representation of the world outside of Gillies Arcade. And visually, it's a mashup of 1980s Tokyo architecture and Times Square. I want a lot of giant animated screens in the play area to serve as a backdrop to the combat. Neighboring this is the ritzy corporate district. It's an oppressive city in the clouds run by Fun Co. Visual inspiration comes from multi-million-dollar yachts and cities such as Dubai and Singapore. I want the skyscrapers to feel like they're looking down at you, kind of like they're waiting for you to mess up so they can send in the troops. We also have a new gang leader. This is Flexi of Titans of the Top Rope. Her and her partner Lexi are an undefeated tag team duo. Visually, we're going for a sci-fi luchador style. Got really into watching Olympic shot putting this year, so her build is kind of inspired by some of those athletes. And that's it. Thanks for your time. The response to this game has been really amazing so far, and I'm excited to show you more content soon.
If you were lucky enough to snag a code during the virtual show floor segment, you'll be able to check out Arcadeageddon right after the show.
There simply aren't enough vampires in House Dimitrescu to start a battle royale. But if there were, it might look a little something like this next game. Here's Shark Mob to tell you more about Vampire: The Masquerade Blood Hunt.
Hey everyone, David Sörlin from Sharkmob here.
And I'm Jacob from Sharkmob.
We are excited that Blood Hunt is coming to Steam and Early Access.
This is a free-to-play Early Access game, which will help us to stress test our servers to the maximum.
And after about a week of this testing, and we're confident in our infrastructure, we will have a one-day maintenance window, and then we will kick off the season in full gear. Some dates to remember are that our stress test starts from the 7th of September and runs through the 13th.
And then we're going to do some maintenance on the 14th of September.
Let's dive in and see what we can expect from this early access. So in this test season, we will have an evolving storyline split into 2 acts, where we can expect updates to our environments, characters, and the narrative in general.
We also have a really cool battle pass for you in this season.
Yeah, the Founders Battle Pass will feature a bunch of customization options and a lot of things for you to put on your vampire and make it your own.
You'll be able to unlock many character customization options, from outfits, emotes, avatar icons, piercings, tattoos, hairstyles, makeup, and more, as well as currencies and XP boosts. We designed this battle pass to contain something for everybody, so we really hope that you will find it enjoyable.
Additionally, based upon feedback from the alpha, we have a bunch of improvements and rebalancing, from archetypes to weapons, and a very important bit that you can play with friends now in our group mode.
If you would like to get in touch with us, you can do so by joining our Discord server on discord.gg/bloodhunt.
We cannot wait to welcome you to Prague on September the 7th.
Vampire: The Masquerade Blood Hunt is coming in 2021. Maybe I'll send over a couple of bottles of Maiden's Blood to celebrate.
We know more than most what can happen when the leadership of a village falls into the wrong hands. Our next game is trusting you to make the right decisions.
In the dark and dangerous medieval era, to survive, you must build homes. Take care of your people and your family. It's peaceful here. Or is it? It is now time to take things into your own hands and build up your own medieval dynasty.
Next month is your time to thrive as Medieval Dynasty is coming to PC September 23rd.
Our next project is something completely different, a cinematic samurai adventure series that was made entirely in Media Molecule's dreams. Let's check in with Cyber Sheep Films to see more of the beautiful Noguchi's Bell.
There's no avoiding it, brother. Blood will be spilled on the road to peace. But for the good times, Noguchi, and for the love I once bore you, I offer you a choice. You can be my blade, or you can feed it.
You think your training is over?
Father, is that you? Tell him I'm coming.
Get ready for more episodes of Noguchi's Bell in 2022, and if you liked what you saw, you can back the project over on Kickstarter right now.
Now, if you like 2D action platformers like Hollow Knight, our next world premiere should pique your interest. It's a unique adventure with an exciting soundtrack and art style inspired by Peruvian culture.
Hatungkaray yakaipa kawanding kujuman. Jaipi kujuyatimuy. Jai kahni kuta suachnita.
That was Imp of the Sun, which is coming to PC early in 2022.
I hope you have your tinfoil hats at the ready, because we're about to throw it over to Tripwire Interactive to talk about Maneater's first DLC, Truth Quest. Because a game about a rampaging bull shark could always use a few conspiracy theories.
Hi, my name is Trip Westhaven. Recently, I've been asking questions. Some would say too many questions. I've followed the clues and can tell you with 100% certainty that reality, as we know it, is a hoax. All of this is the deliberate, meticulously crafted illusion of a shadowy cabal of extraterrestrial elites. Well, since my perception reboot, I've been waiting for a champion to free humanity and usher in a new state of global consciousness. I think that champion
That's a ride.
That was Maneater Truth Quest, which is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox on August 31st.
If you caught our E3 show, then you would have seen a cinematic for a action adventure game called Tales of Iron. Oddbug Studios is back for Gamescom, and they're ready to show off some new gameplay with narration from the one and only Doug Cockle, aka Geralt of Rivia.
Embark on an epic tale of vengeance. Explore a vast kingdom under siege. Master brutal combat with fatal executions. Band together with brave companions. Brew empowering recipes. Craft lethal weapons and rugged armor. Rescue your brothers. Banish the vile Frog clan. Restore your broken kingdom.
That was Tales of Iron, which is coming to PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and PC on September 17th.
Now it's time for cat cafes and cottagecore. Wishlist buttons at the ready as we check in with our friends at Freedom Games.
The world was once wrought with chaos, and life as we know it was threatened. But nature is resilient and refused to be broken. You are here to survive, and you are here to find this wisdom. There is a stillness waiting for you. Go and find it. Retreat to NN.
Be sure to check out GamesRadar.com for more information about those upcoming titles from Freedom Games.
Now here's a special blast from the past, but I shall say no more. Gungrave Gore is coming to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC in 2022.
Next up, our friends at Movie Games have 2 games to share, and both of them are about surviving in harsh and dangerous environments. Alaskan Truck Simulator is coming to PC in 2022, and War Hospital will also land on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox next year. Now it's time for me to introduce a special guest who is going to help us dig into some news about Jurassic World Evolution 2. It's my pleasure to introduce our resident dinosaur expert, Mr. Jeff Goldblum!
Lady Dimitrescu, so lovely to see you.
Okay. It's great to see you, too.
What's that, what's the derivation of that? Lady Dimitrescu. What's Dimitrescu?
That's a story for another time. I'd love to show you around Castle Dimitrescu sometime. Okay, Jeff, I think the team from Frontier are ready for you, so if you could just go sit over there, I'll press this, and we're ready.
Hi, I'm Rich Newbold. I'm the game director on Jurassic World Evolution 2, and today we're going to be showing you some new dinosaurs and one of the new environments in the game, but we're going to be doing things slightly differently. So please welcome our special guest, Jeff Goldblum. Welcome, Jeff.
Welcome to me, I guess, or welcome to us, welcome to the audience, maybe, on this thing called the Future Games Show.
First up, we have the temperate environment, and some of you will notice it's raining in here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's rain. It's raining.
And this is the first time that we've shown this effect in Jurassic World Evolution 2. Rain is one of the many weather challenges that the player will face as they're building the dinosaur theme parks. For example, in our desert environment, you'll be challenged with sandstorms, which will really put your management skills to the test.
This looks lovely. This looks like some kind of resort.
And now let's talk about the dinosaurs. We've got 2 new species to show you today. The first one is the Ichthyosaurus.
Oh, this is an underwater dinosaur of some kind. I just did a little snorkeling here and there. I won't bore you with where I saw a barracuda under the water all of a sudden after I was enjoying all these little fish, and I was frightened out of my wits. If I'd seen anything like this, can you imagine?
Well, actually, you'll be pretty safe with the ichthyosaurus. Its diet consists mostly of fish and is one of several new exciting marine reptiles that we're bringing to the game.
So far this clip is showing off, I would say, mainly dinosaurs. Not only the rain and different environments, which are very impressive and nice, but here's a pterodactyl or a pteranodon. I don't know the names of them, but there's another flying. His eyes look quite mean.
This is the Sciuradactylus. It's got a long beak and sharp teeth, which allow it to dip its head into water whilst keeping aware of any threats nearby. Sadly, that's all we've got time for. I hope you've enjoyed this deeper look at the game. We're really excited for you to experience it yourself on November 9th.
Jeff, that was great. Thank you for stopping by.
So lovely to see you. I have to say goodbye to you now, but thank you. It's been lovely being with you, and goodbye to all our future games show family, people. Lovely to be with you. Thank you so much.
Get ready to plan your parks as Jurassic World Evolution 2 is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in 2021.
Next up, we've got a new trailer for an exciting stealth game where you clean murder scenes for the mob. This is Serial Cleaners.
Where there's people, there's crime. Sooner or later. Usually sooner. Crime makes people lose their nerve. Unnerved people do stupid things. Stupid things get them in trouble. That's where I come in. Whatever the mess you make, I've seen it before. There are a few rules to make it in this line of work. Move without sound. Clean without emotion. Disappear without a trace. Out of sight, out of mind. It's really that simple. I'm Bob Leader. I solve problems.
Vacuums at the ready because Serial Cleaners is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in 2022.
Our next game is a moving Metroidvania set in an abandoned orphanage. Check out the stunning pixel art of 9 Years of Shadows, which is soundtracked by the composers of Castlevania, Mega Man, and Metal Gear Solid. Nine Years of Shadows is available to wishlist now on Steam.
All right, we're closing in on the end of the show, but now it's time to bask in the atmospheric world of Far, Changing Tides.
Peggy 7.
Far Changing Tides launches on PC, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox in early 2022.
Attention, this is your pilot speaking. Our next game is a brand new simulator from the creator of Kerbal Space Program. Let's see it, Maggie.
Hello everyone, it's Felipe here, also known as Harvester. I am the creator and I was the lead developer for Kerbal Space Program. And I'm here today with an invitation. This is Balsa Model Flight Simulator. It's the new game that I've been working on. It's a flight simulator for scale aircraft, where of course you can design and build your own vehicles and later take them into missions and into battle and also into multiplayer. So Balsa is releasing very soon this year in Steam Early Access. But today I wanted to announce that we are starting our pre-release open beta period. So that means you can go on Steam right now and check out the game using the new playtest feature. We are doing it this way because Balsa is a game that I want to make with a community of players around it. This to me is what early access is about. It's not about releasing your game before it's finished. It's an invitation for you to design the game with me. So yeah, join us in the Balsa Open Beta. I'll see you there.
Yes, we're excited to launch the open beta playtest for Balsa Model Flight Simulator right now. So head on over to Steam after the show and get building.
Now for another world premiere, Team 17 is back to reveal a gung fu bullet time shooter, and calling it explosive would be an understatement.
Peggy 18.
Well, I just learned a new word. That was Trepang 2, which is coming to PC in 2022.
Now it's time to check in with a multiplayer brawler fueled by Nickelodeon nostalgia. Actually, I think we're going to tell you about two new friends who are coming along for the ride.
What you waiting for? You're ready, you're ready. Ain't no stopping, ain't say nothing. You're ready, you're ready. What you waiting for? You're ready, you're ready. You're ready. Ain't no stopping, ain't say nothing. You're ready, you're ready.
We can also exclusively reveal that as well as PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, the game is coming to PC later this year.
And that's, as they say, A wrap.
Remember to try out all of our demos on the Future Game Show page on Steam, and head on over to GamesRadar.com for more follow-up coverage on all the games you've seen today.
Thanks to our headline partners AMD and our talented friends across the industry who've made this event possible.
And of course, thanks to you, dear viewers, for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. Till next we meet, I'm Aaron LaPlante.
I'm Maggie Robertson.
And this has been the Future Game Show at Gamescom 2021.